There we go. Now it's a horse.
Did you turn your bear into a horse?
I just gave it a longer or longer legs. Honestly, I could probably make this work. It's got like weird bit going on. Yeah, I'll make it. New.
Surprisingly, no free horse. With that in mind, okay, there's kind of two ways to approach this. Either I can do it like the human fall flat way, and literally, maybe that is the better way to go here.
And unreal. Games like Human Fall Flat and Gothics, and no forums and videos all over defined animation, exactly what we're looking for. It's actually not as easy as it appears. Rotations are messy, and quaternions are evil. Making joints match the rotation of its animated peers is not writing target rotation equals animated it isn't. If you want an actual tutorial, this is what happens when I release it. I'm on it for the next few months as part of my practice. That way the ragdoll literally cannot fall. Unless you know for sure this is a good fit for your application, I believe this to be an awful idea. It looks rigid and can be a source of huge glitches. Given good results to me so far, but it produces a springy feeling I'm not a fan of. By the way, if you are wondering why it's always the hips, it's because it's where the body's center of mass is. There are. Now we can choose that function in relation to the object. The more torque it delivers, just like this, play physical animations with our character. It's not perfect and it would require a lot more tuning to have something that could be used commercially, but as a prototype, it works pretty well nonetheless. But there's one more thing that we haven't done yet. What if instead of playing a predetermined animation, we wanted to generate movement dynamically depending on the context? This is best exemplified by making the character reach for an object child's position given that of its parents. Now we need just the opposite. Given the child's position and rotation, find the parent's configuration that makes it possible. This can be done by a complex math.
And the
You know? And actually, the strongest springs
and the neck.
We create the maximum speed for our player and set the initial value to 10. In update method, we create two float variables that give us horizontal and vertical input. Input.getAxis returns the value of the virtual axis identified by axis name. The value will be in the range -1 and 1 for keyboard and joystick.
I can just send you a link to back to it. It's to the Heartlamp thing or something. Yeah, so I added you as Heartlamp. I don't think I did add you. Settings. Collaborators. You are definitely added. Pending invite. I will copy your invite. Let's stick that here. Invite. I'll also copy Jeff's invite and send it to him. So you have not accepted either.
Yeah, I was having an issue doing that from my phone.
What 2023-GMTK-Heartland. It's not a long install, but
Stick input device.
And the next.
That's it.
My power might go out. The lights are
Oh.
flickering. I've gotten lucky in every other aspect today, though, in terms of the game jam. Didn't have to spend time with my kids because the fireworks got canceled. Got my work
Thank
deadlines
God.
pushed back.
Absolutely. That's what I want. Horses are capsule shaped, right?
Capsule will work. I might actually need Dave's help to set up the IK, because I've never done it for an individual limb before. God, this fucking thing always happens whenever I'm trying to install a new Unity version where it gets right to the end and then just stops. I forget how I used to fix this.
Is it trying to update your IDE,
I don't
like
know.
Visual Studio stuff? Because it won't finish until like usually it pops up to the IDE installer, and if
Oh,
you close that out, maybe it.
so should I cancel and reinstall it, but don't hit Community Studio, Visual Studio, or
Well,
whatever?
well, you just wanna update it if it's asking you to update whatever it's doing. Mine pops up and I just update the installer, all my IDEs, just to make it easy.
It's saying it wants to install a different version than what I have, though. Which is Visual Studio 2022. This always happens where it like tries to.
I just go ahead and fucking install it. That's what I do, and it doesn't matter, because Unity wants you to work with Visual Studio a lot of times. They have like stuff built in, so I just fucking install it. It's easier. And like sometimes they want or Visual Studio, you need to install the new version of Node.js.
Well, like whenever I feel like whenever I switch versions, it puts me into a version of Visual Studio that I don't have a license for, and then I can use it for like 4 days, and it kicks me off, and then I have to download an old one.
Usually installs Community, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's trying to install Community 2022 though, and the one I have is 2019, and so I'm pretty sure that what has happened previously is like it will install 2022 and I'll launch it and it'll be like, you don't have a license for this, and then I download a different one.
Weird. I think Community is just free always. It doesn't matter.
Either way, if I put that I tried installing without it, because when I put that I was installing with it, it just freezes at the end. Looks like it's going now, although it's not like, I don't know. Still says installing, just waiting.
Yeah, annoying. I can't convert this fucking pretty decent mushroom. It has like animations and shit, but can't convert it to. It's using the old animator, not the new animation system, and there's no like built-in conversion. That's annoying. It's a nice model.
Wish this would give me any indication of when it was going to be done. Come on. Finish yourself. Alright, there it goes. That worked.
There we go, I figured it out. Let's see if this actually works. No, it doesn't. Or it does it, and I just didn't set to loop. How do I loop you? Yes, okay. Good, good.
Made that rig and then integrating it into our original scene. Let's get into it. Bones, which are objects which can cause the skin to follow their movement and the form, much like the bones in the human body. To better visualize this hierarchy in the scene view, we can use the bone render
First thing I'm
component
gonna need is
provided
horse
by the
legs,
animation
Jeff.
rigging package. For this,
Okay.
we select the first object in our bone hierarchy, and in the animation rigging menu, choose bone render setup. Now we can
yeah,
see
I'm
all
gonna
of
need
the
a little
bones
bit
that
though.
make up the rig for our character in the scene view. Normally, character animations are created by setting keyframes for different poses of this rig. The benefit of the animation rigging package is that we can dynamically control the rig using different constraints, allowing for flexible and dynamic animations. To create constraints for our rig, we started by selecting our character and choosing rig setup from the animation rigging menu. This automatically adds the rig builder and animator components to our character, as well as a child object named rig1 that will act as our rig layer. This context can be thought of as rules for how our cause them to be positioned and rotated to follow a target, like an apple held at the end of that arm, or in our example here, a foot. This allows us to decide where the end of a chain of joints should be and have, in this case, we're using a single rig. Any constraints we add to this rig layer will be automatically added to our rig.
So do you need like
Constraints in this context can be thought of as rules
an
for
upper
how our
and
character
lower
rig is allowed to move.
I need the leg
An
rigged
important
as
concept for this type of animation is that of inverse
rigged
kinematics,
as
or
just
IK
a leg,
for
yeah.
short.
okay.
IK allows us to control a chain of bones, for example an arm or a leg, and to cause them to be positioned and
It
rotated
might
to follow
honestly
a
work
target.
fine if you
apple
have the
held at the
quadruped
end of that
skeleton
arm,
thing. It
or in
might
our
actually work
example
fine
here,
to just
a
put
foot.
that in.
This
and then
allows
delete
us to
the
decide
rest.
where the end of a chain of joints should be
Yeah, that's what I
and
was
have the
planning on
rig
doing.
positioned.
Probably create a list of all the things that we use that are not ours, just to give them credit.
I mean, this comes in Blender, so
I'm mostly just saying the thing I'm doing for the fact that I'm using a mushroom model from the Unity Asset Store, a free mushroom model. But just so that we don't forget, if you do grab anything, it would probably be good practice or good, etiquette to give them credit in our submission.
yeah.
I started a little file to keep track just in the thing. Once I'm done with this enemy, I'll push it so people can keep track. Alright. Let's make some basic AI, a little monster state machine.
Make a cube, scale it, that's your hoverboard, or you can make it yourself in Blender. Now get that hoverboard, add a rigid body to it, give it some mass, some drag, some angular drag. Make sure use gravity's on. Now in Unity, under the hoverboard, add 4 empty objects. Call them front left, front right, back left, and back right.
Alright, so where should I be fucking with shit right now and making stuff? Just in a blank thing, or supposed to be using a specific version, right?
I have the Git
There's a
set
start.
up, so you can just open the Git and start doing shit in there.
Git. No, I have desktop. Clone it? That's a majorly button.
Yeah, you can clone it.
Highlighted.
Should hopefully just connect to your desktop and stuff.
Clone. Okay. I have the pull,
Position
right?
these empties on the 4
Yes.
corners of the board.
Or oh, fetch origin. Is it right? It's been a while.
Yeah, it sounds right.
And do I just have it then? Is that pulling it?
Fetch origin should download everything that you are missing. Yes.
And then in my Unity hub, this will grab it.
It should be. You'll have to connect it still if you. So you'll have to like open it and you pulled it, fetched it somewhere. Figure out where you fetched it to.
Okay.
And then you'll have to open the project in Unity. Just pick the root folder of the project.
Just the normal
Just make sure these
file
points are
path
symmetrical
when
and
you
you
fetch
should be
something.
fine.
I don't know how to
Default
do it.
Make
I
a
do it
reference to
through
your rigid body
command
and
line.
add a float called
So I just put
multiplier.
it where I want it. So I don't know where the desktop puts it. Chris might know better than I do. Idle, run, attack, death. Idle, attack, run, death, damage.
Move force and turn torque. And in the start, just assign the rigid body component to your variable. Now instead of making references and into your rigid body, points are symmetrical. Position these empties on the four corners of the board. Just make sure these points are symmetrical and you should be fine. And then make a script. Now make a reference to your rigid body and add a float called multiplier, move force, and turn torque. And And in the start, just assign the rigid body component to your variable. Now instead of making references to your 4 anchors, I'd suggest making an array so you can keep things more organized. We're going to use a simple parallel array system, so we can just make a simple array called anchors and make a simple array called hits and set their size to 4. Now make a function called apply force, and the parameters are going to be a transform and array cast hit. Basically the whole concept of this is that from each 4 points on the back into Unity, make a physics material and to make it frictionless. Put that it stay afloat. Now once you go back into Unity, make a physics material and to make it frictionless. Put that on the box collider on the Unity, make a physics material and to make it frictionless. Put that on the box collider on the hoverboard and then set the multiplier to somewhere around 2 or 2.5. Now you should see the hoverboard floating. If you don't, just play around with the variables, make sure you're in fixed update, and it should be good to go. Now that it's set the multiplier to somewhere around 2 or 2.5 collider on the hoverboard and then set the multiplier and to make it frictionless. Put that on the box collider on the hoverboard and then set the multiplier to somewhere around 2 or 2.5. Now you should see the hover hoverboard floating. If you don't, just play around with the variables, make sure you're in fixed update, and it should be good to go. Now that it's floating, all you need to do to create movement is do add force and add torque. Since you have a high enough mass, it's going to feel much snappier and feel much more like an actual hoverboard. Make 2 variables called move force and turn torque. And then using add force and add torque, just set these to each input as you can see here. And with that done, by
So for the input system on this, will this automatically be the new input system?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's
What is it?
see. Doesn't necessarily show that like a input system option to add a input system like actions list. So maybe not. Not quite sure. Looks like it might still be the old input system.
I'm fine with that because I know how to use that one. Okay, doesn't seem to be registering any of these inputs.
And if I go into the project manager, project settings, it says consider changing to the new input system. And does it give you an error where if you try to access the old input system using input?
Under the input manager, I see. I'm not seeing an error. Under input manager you're talking about?
No, just when you try to run the game, if you and access other input, the old input system, it will give you an error if the new input system is active.
Oh, alright, let me look. I'm not getting any errors.
How do I get all the starter asset shit? Is that baked in, or do I have to like pull it
You have to
from
import it.
set or something?
Okay,
Just
actually,
need the
this
player armature.
getting
fuck
the
with.
input. Getting the input. Why is this not moving then?
Package manager, that's it, right?
There we go. Okay, just wasn't enough force. Alright, let's throw a camera on this thing. Where do we... Package manager.
Sorry, how do I get to the do I do it from the asset store? It's not the project manager or asset,
Yeah, you can do it from the
package
asset
manager.
store.
Asset store. Not package
Or
If
you
you
can do it
already
from the
have
package
it,
manager.
if you already own it, it's in the package manager.
But
Just do it
isn't
from
there?
there. Yeah. It should
Not in
just
my
be in
project.
your
My
assets, or like
assets.
my assets or whatever it's called.
Okay, I see. Thank you. This Unity package has package manager dependencies. Skip or upgrade.
Sure, do upgrade.
Yeah, you guys are trying to keep the
It's getting further away,
new input
but
system
we still
disabled.
have the
You're not using it.
objects blocking our view, and
That's
my
my
movement.
question.
I'm currently not using
I
it.
want to invert
Project is
armor
using the new
and
input
go
system
under my
package, but the native
camera
platform
column.
Oh well,
backend.
now
Is
that
actually
Dave just
stationary,
imported the new
and
input
if I
system because
click
it comes with
W,
those
the
starter
character just
assets.
moves forward
So
to
get
activate
ready to
follow-up.
keep saying no to
I'm
that.
gonna use the Sun Machine package.
Well, I could hit
Sun Machine
no,
package, make sure you have
or I
Sun
could
You
Machine
hit
not
selected.
do
no, and then I
this.
think it'll
Activating
just.
the
Well, I guess I need. I just really need a
Sun Machine is
fucking
actually in here,
dude to
and I can add
manipulate
camera down.
bones and
See,
shit.
this is getting closer, and if I move the camera up,
So Dave's working on the guy on top. Is that
what
what's
is
happening?
in here?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean it's what I've been doing in
Point
the
it
other
somewhere
in
Okay.
the stuff.
I,
Like it's stuff I'm familiar
tell
with.
Jeff,
So
I
it's,
guess Jeff's
what
working on
I'm
the
gonna
horse,
look
but
at.
someone tell Jeff that
Now,
when he comes
if I
back.
drag
no,
this
no, I'm working on
player,
like
you
just
can see that
making
it's
them
centering
do
at
stuff,
the
not
player's feet. So one way you can
necessarily building
actually
them or like modeling
go
them.
around this is
trying to
create
code
another
this.
game
Okay.
to look at. We can and bottom rig. You
And we
move
could
the
just
rig
use the
around, and based on the
default
rotation
guy. It's probably
and
better
how
rigged
that
than
moves
anything
It was the
you would
default
make.
you'll
guy.
have the
I didn't know
objects
there was a
blocking
default
our
guy.
view. And my
That's what
movement
you.
is
That's what I
actually
mean. That's
invert
what you're using.
splits.
The
Why not
the
pick
standard
one
Oh,
asset.
that dude. Yeah, that's why I just need something to work with.
I own like a
Like-
bunch of fantasy interchangeable like bodies and legs and heads.
Can mess around with it. Make sure if we do use those, we keep track of them. I have a little running list of. Just call it credits, so that we can credit them when we. Yeah.
Should be able to just look through the packages, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna. Sometimes I probably am gonna delete the package folder so I don't get so fucking confused. Like I'm just gonna pull what I need from them and then delete the package folder out, or not the folder. You know, the whatever hits the asset folder rather. But like, there's lots of packages. Anywho.
Avoid obstacles blocking. So let's select that. Some of the settings that I'm going to change here is the minimum distance.
It's been so long since I set up a camera.
And the next.
Hi guys, today we're going to look at how to create the existing virtual camera. Then we'll create a new free look camera from an optional package that can be installed from the package manager. It provides a suite of tools that allows us to easily create different camera behaviors without writing any code. Let's delete the existing virtual camera. Then we'll create a new free look camera from the Cinemachine menu.
There already is now. There is a horse crazy taxi game, isn't there? Wasn't that like popular recently, of like a wacky horse fantasy taxi game? Not that we
I don't know. I would be surprised. Most ideas
I think it was
are done.
you know, relatively recent.
Crazy taxi with horse.
Should I save this? Should I just save like regular?
What do you mean save like regular?
When I save in the Unity thing, it tells me like name the file. Shouldn't there already be a?
I don't know what you're trying to save. That's weird. Yeah.
If I have Cinemachine installed, I should have a Cinemachine drop down somewhere, shouldn't I? Guess I could just do it this way. Free look.
we'll drag our character into the follow field. We'll also drag it into the look at field. The Cinemachine camera will now update the position and rotation of the main camera so that it follows the character and always faces towards it. In the scene view, you'll notice these 3 red circles around the character. These show the 3 different orbit radiuses of the camera. We can change the height and radius of the top, middle and bottom rigs to change how close the camera is to the character as the height of the camera changes. We'll have a larger radius when the camera is high and then zoom in as
Third person.
Nice. Pride myself on my headlocks.
Excuse me.
Everybody, back up here with me. Play the drums. Play some more drums. Let me mute this. So nobody has to listen to you play the drums.
I'm gonna take a quick shower and then I'll be right back. But I had to think for a little bit on how I want to handle the state machine for that enemy.
Right on.
Fine.
I began to think, I asked why they have computers in their homes and what in the world they do with them. We found an amazing group of people consumed by what can only be called terminal. Well, I've heard that in the future, computers, like, this would be as normal.
Hello.
Just want to check in, see what you got going.
I got the basic movement of the hoverboard. That is the horse's body. That's not the right camera.
Yeah.
There's one, you can kind of just, if you hit the right angle though, you can kind of just jump into space. That's what I'm trying to fix right now. But, you know, like that.
What is affecting the gravity on it? Like, can you just turn the gravity?
It's got 4 of these things pushing down, but that's it. They're not even, they're only active. They're not even active in that situation. Well, they're only active when that, they should only be active at least when that red, when those red, when it's close to the ground, basically.
Mm.
I have like a fall force that I'm saying whenever that's not there, apply a force to push me back to the ground. But for some reason, and most of the time it works. Like if I jump here, you know, just a tiny baby jump. But if I hit like a ramp, actually this might be too steep. But we'll see. Yeah, it's too steep. Oh, I flipped over. I have like a, if I'm on my back. Did I land on my back? Yes, I did. If I'm on my back, flip me at a random angle so that I could flip back onto my feet. But yeah, I don't know why I can suddenly, when I'm going, if I'm at an up angle and I just jump, I stay airborne way longer than I feel like I should be.
There you go.
Are you holding space there? Like you eventually just dropped out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'll do it. Now I'm not holding anything. Yeah, I guess it's when I'm holding.
Disable it after a certain.
I mean, if you're holding forward, maybe it's still applying a force to you. Maybe it's the forward force.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Because the forward is a little
once
bit
you're in
up.
the air, just disable all
Yeah.
that.
So
Unless you want
the
some
forward force, you could either make the forward force whirled forward, but then you have to worry about running into like the ground when if you're not like, you know, if the push force is not strong enough.
No, that should be
just,
easy enough. Hold on, let's just turn off
detect
the,
if you're airborne and just remove the stuff.
Where is that? Alright. Now that should take care of it, right? Just gotta get a good camera in and glue some legs onto this thing and then the horse is done. Figure out the IK. I might need your help with the IK, Dave. You're the only person here who's done IK on a single limb.
That's right now. It's super easy actually. Super easy.
Actually, maybe what I want is for it to disable after a certain amount of time because the jump feels immediately stunted. Like I can only jump straight up now. So let's.
I mean, I kind of like the idea that if you're in the air, you can't move left or right or any direction. I kind of like that. Like, you should have to commit to your jumps.
Yeah, but it feels, now it just feels like I can only jump straight up.
More jump force, right?
That's fine, but then I just go more straight up. Like I'm just now my jump is like an only straight up jump, like the force.
I guess you have to maybe change your drag, Because if you're slowing down in the air, like you shouldn't really be slowing down that much in the air. So maybe you change your drag when you're, or you change your drag when you're in the jump state.
Let's just turn the drag to 0 and see how that. Ooh.
Yeah.
How about 1?
I mean, yeah, without any drag, you'll never stop. But yeah, just mess with the drag. I would say
One
change
feels
your drag.
alright. One feels alright,
Yeah.
actually.
You could also change it in the air so that it's like you should have, in my mind, you should have more drag on the. I mean, actually, if you should have 0 drag in the air. Really, I guess you'd have some, but you should have very little drag in the air and lots of drag on the ground. So I would just have that be just a Boolean or you know, a Boolean variable that's like if this, set this, otherwise set this. If in air. And then disable your turning and shit like that in the, you know, when you're in the air also.
We'll do 0.2 maybe. Else hp.drag equals 2. Oh, actually, wait, this should be the opposite. That's maybe a little too low. I feel like I can go forever. Let's try. Let's try 1. And that's still apply that force forever though.
What's going on?
Still feels like I can float up forever even with the drag. Like that, I need to turn it back. I need to keep it turned off.
Well, you need
still.
to. Well, if you can float forever, that problem was you being able to move while you're in the air. So, like, turn off the movement ability in the air, and then just set the drag. Like those are 2 separate problems, right? The first problem was because your forward is off angle. You holding forward gave you momentum in the air, but then the simple fix to that is just don't let you move at all in the air. And then the second problem was then it didn't feel like you had a good enough jump, but if you change your angular velocity, or your sorry, not angular, your regular drag to 0 when you're in the air, the jump will feel good.
Alright, this should do it then.
Looks okay so far.
A little less
Looks like
drag.
you still are getting a little drag in the air. Oh, you have. Oh, yeah, you are. Okay, good. Yeah. I was worried that something else was going wrong, but no, you were.
This like might look so stupid that it's unreadable.
I think that looked good.
Yeah, this doesn't look too bad.
That was a good jump. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they should have some. I mean, in real life, you have air resistance, right? Wind resistance.
Yeah. I think that looks okay.
Do you just have 4 points pushing up on each side of the board?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks good. I like it. I think it'll look fine with some stupid legs, even if they like rotate in fucking circles. Like it's
Yeah.
actual circle.
That's gonna be getting the legs to look right is gonna be the thing that makes it read as a horse.
Honestly, just doing that and having the legs look right, we don't even need anything else. Because I forgot, like just having
Not even a head, not even a head for the horse, just like a headless,
I
just
just
like a
mean
bunch of limbs.
just having like a bow, a little like
I know what
amusement
happened
course
there.
to like jump around and play around in can just be fun on its own. You I know that you like the random angle stuff, but you should probably weight it, at very least weight it so that you are able to get like that it leans towards the correct angle.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what?
The randomness so that you are like not completely randomly rotated, like you are more likely to and land on your feet. It doesn't need to be perfectly on your feet, but like maybe just make it a range that like you're not just sitting there hitting the flip me button like 20 times in a row.
Actually, I probably don't need to do both of these, right? I can just flip. What would be left to right? Would that be X or Z?
Are you doing your local axis?
Local, yeah.
That would be your X or your Z. Yeah, I think left and right is Z because your right is your X axis, but if you did that, that would be forward and back. So flipping over your Z axis will be left and right.
It's hard to test because it's kind of hard to flip yourself over, which it should be a little bit hard.
Yeah.
There we go. That looked all right.
Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, maybe it's just too wild with the other flip too.
Sometimes it's not extreme enough though. I should basically just make it always the same actually, not even random at all. Although it's pretty consistently flipping me right back onto my back now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This feeling would be like, oh, come on, just get me out on there. Like, try not to inhibit people too much from being able to play the game.
Let's just do 0.2 here and see how that works. There we go. This may be too...
Perfect.
Actually, the angle of where I'm applying the force on that is probably fine. I probably just need to make it a little less strong. Make this its own thing. What is the jump force? The jump force is a lot. Let's do 10,000. That's pretty good. There we go. Oof, I'm on my back. Ugh. Good now. Alright, that's pretty good. Let's save and push that. Am I gonna, I just in the basic scene, is this gonna overwrite anything anyone else is doing?
No, I moved to a separate scene for that exact reason.
Alright. Force test. Pushing with the horse test in there. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Honestly, Jeff, I probably only need one horse leg to get this started. If you can rig it up and export it out.
Just realized I was muted. Okay, I said you just need it rigged. You don't need anything animated, right?
Assume he walked away.
Gone. Okay.
I don't think he does not need it animated because he's going to
Okay.
animate procedure.
Alright,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty horsey leg. All right. To YouTube. What is the name of that thing? Skeletonify or something? Rigify.
Skeletonify, I like it better.
Oh my god, there's a whole horse meta rig already made.
Wow, that's amazing. I guess it's a pretty common thing.
Yeah. And my leg is so much bigger.
You could just scale it down.
I should probably shrink this leg, not the horse. So I think this. I'm pretty sure this horse leg is like 30 feet tall. Actually, where do I see how big it is? I don't remember. Oh no, it's only. Yeah, it's not that big. I'm gonna make the horse bigger.
start doing some terrain stuff while I wait for Jeff. Done with the legs.
Far as I know, I should be done pretty soon.
Right on.
As there's already a horse meta rig in there. I just had to delete everything but the leg. I hope. Okie I think it's right.
Alright. Give me them legs.
I just gotta remember how to export it to Unity, right?
I think it's FBX.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, put the leg backwards. It's a backwards leg. Oh god, I suck.
Sorry.
No worries.
I mean, it should still work the right way, right? Why not?
In this video, we're going to look at how we
What does it look like when you grab it and move it?
Just rubbery.
I mean, I could just try it if you think it will still work this backwards or whatever.
I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Oh, I forgot to. They're doing that now. What the fuck?
The demo is a great example of what's a shader like this together using Shader Graph. First, create a new shader by choosing Shader, EBR Graph, and let's name it Rock Shader. Let's also create a new material from this shader and assign it to our rock. The idea with this shader is to use some calculations to gather information about the current position and rotation of the object in the scene to determine how our mesh should look and create a mask for different layers. Let's start with our base layer and texture this like a rock first. Let's create a new sample texture 2D node and connect it, packing multiple textures into see that this is the ambient occlusion map for our rock. So let's connect this to the occlusion of our master node. Let's then create a new vector 3 node and assign the green channel to the Y input, the blue channel, for grass to appear, and so our grass texture will be used. Let's look at how we can restrict this a bit more so that the grass is distributed nicely. Let's add a new vector 1 in our blackboard called of each part of our new vector 1 value to our blackboard called to rapidly create and iterate on shaders for your game like this. And we've relied on it heavily for use in various areas of our boat attack demo. For a more advanced version of this shader, and to see how some of the other shaders for this scene were built, follow the link below to download the boat attack demo for yourself. Thanks for watching.
In this video, name it simple. You wanna create what you watched. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, big height, like
Thank
this
you.
one that we created, and which helps you create the environment for any game easily. That advanced tree planner shader graph will be part of our shader graph course, and of course you can adjust the tiling to get the pattern you want, and above that all, it doesn't look only perfect horizontally, but also if you rotate
Under horse leg.
In this video, we're going to look at how we
Add things in here now. Add file. Load file. Where do you want me to put this? Assets?
Yeah, you can put it in the assets. That works.
You don't have to be super clean this time around because we're just going to... I don't think we're going to continue this unless somehow people love it after the thing.
Alright, can I commit?
You can commit.
Alright, it's in assets, it's called horse leg. I will be back in a little bit. I have to start dinner.
Look at it.
I gotta go eat a horse leg.
Alright, see the horse leg. Oh, it's gigantic. Let's do maybe scale of 0.2.
Well, that's not right. That's better. One, and we're using the high definition render pipeline, not for any particular reason. I just thought it would look nicer for the video. It's completely irrelevant to this particular tutorial, which version of Unity you use. This should all work as far back as Unity 5, as far as I know, maybe even Unity 4. The version I'm using is not really relevant to this. So I've got my little dude set up here. He has a rigid body on him, he's got a capsule collider, and he's currently standing on, or in rather, a sphere. Obviously you don't want his feet in the sphere, so that's what the capsule collider will fix. If I press play, we'll find out that the rigid body and the capsule collider will take effect and he's now on top of the sphere. However, the thing we're going to fix is this, how he's just hovering above it. He's got, technically, the capsule collider here is touching the sphere, and that's all the rigid body cares about. There is contact, and it doesn't drop any lower because of, well, that, because it would have to go through to walk. So basically, whenever you press spacebar, it sets the bool in the animator to whatever the bool currently isn't. So if walk is currently set to true, it sets it to false, and vice versa. Obviously, is whenever the walk is set to true, it goes into the walk, and then when it's set to false, it comes back to idle. So that's all that's been done before this video started. So the first thing we need to do is we need to adjust our capsule collider, because nothing we can do with our feet is going to matter if that capsule collider is holding the feet off the top of the surface. So we need a little bit of room for our feet around where the edge of this green part of the trainer is. Think of it as working out the scene for now. It's a cube that I probably won't use. So the first thing we're going to do is we need to set the weights. So if you don't know how weights work, then once we're in here, really you kind of want to be putting everything inside set to 0.5. It's only going to move a quarter of a unit forward. So that's the first thing we need to do, is set the weights. So anim set IK position weight. But that's for a different video. It's all very easy to use. Once you've got your head around the IK system, it's really not difficult. So we are going to be dealing with the left foot to begin with. We'll worry about the right foot later. And then the next value we need to give it is the weight. It's normalized, it's between 0 and 1. So we're going to give it 1, that's full weight. So whatever we try and set the position of our left foot, it will be fully set that. There's no blending or anything, it's all or nothing. And then the next one we need to do is anim.set IK rotation weight, and it shouldn't take a genius to work out what this means, but basically it's the exact same thing but for the rotation of our foot.
Inside our actual class. So what we want to start off with is probably create a head. So private float is going to be our last pelvis position on the Y and comma, and we want to create another one. Let's just call it, oh, we actually need 3 more. One for the right foot and one for the left foot. So last
or fast IK from the asset store. I personally prefer to use animation rigging cause it is easy to set up. Then we need a rigged model. For example, I have this spider made in Blender, but you can use any 3D software you like. Usually, you will have an armature empty game object, which is basically the parent of all bones, and this is why I recommend
back.
animation rigging package. You can just select armature
I haven't
object,
figured anything
go
out
to
yet.
animation rigging tab,
Alright.
and select
I don't know if I did anything right.
As you can see, a rig component was created as a child of this object. Don't forget to reset the transform of the rig, otherwise nothing will work. Click on this rig and select Create Empty to create an empty game object
Try
as a
that
child
again.
of rig. Let's duplicate it 7 times, because this spider model has 8 legs. Select all of them and click Add Component to Bone IK Constraint. You can also add chain constraint
This thing's
if
gonna
the
need to
legs
move
of
a
the
lot
model
faster.
have multiple
Yeah.
segments. Now we can start setting up the IK. Find the end bone of the leg and drag it to the tip field. Then right-click on To Bone IK Constraint and select Auto Step Up from Tip Transform. This spider made in Blender, but you can use
In the
animation rigging
meantime,
because it is easy to set up.
I'm gonna see how this Quixel mixer works. I need to register, sign in with Epic Games. Oh God. Sign in with Epic Games. Oh. Do I have an Epic account? Because I have.
I'm sure you do. It's had one at some point.
Oh yeah, for what's it called? Fortnite.
Then we need a rigid model. For example, I have this spider made in Blender, but you can use any 3D software you like. Usually, you will have an armature empty game object, which is basically the parent of all bones. And this is why I recommend Animation Rigging package. You can just select armature object, go to Animation Rigging tab and select Rig Setup. As you can see, a rig component was created as a child of this object. Don't forget to reset the transform of the rig, otherwise nothing will work.
And the next.
So you have a skeleton, but no inverse kinematics. Not a problem. In about 2 minutes, do this. Now just trust me on this. First, you're going to want to delete all the bones on the right side of the body. So go to the right side of the body and for these bones by going into the IK.L. And in the bone chain tab, click control the leg with it. But we can make it even better. Under pull target, click armature. Under bone, click knee IK. Now you might notice that the foot starts to face the wrong direction when you do this. Don't worry. Go under pull angle and type in the number 90. The foot and knee should be facing the heel now.
And the next.
Hey there, it's Leo. Welcome back for a new. Maybe in another video I will improve the control, understand how the bond structure is done. In that case, it's fairly simple and the hierarchy is very easy to understand, but in some cases it may be harder. So now it's time to set up the rigs, and I will set up only one rig for all the legs, and each leg will have its own 2-bone IK constraint or a chain IK constraint, but it moves with it. Now the challenge is to use procedural animation. So now it's time to set up the rigs, and I will set up only one rig for all the legs, and each leg will have its own 2-bone IK constraint for all the. So now it's time to set up the rigs, and I will set up only one rig for all the legs.
Alright, I got a little mushroom
Each
guy.
leg will have its own 2-bone
Yeah,
IK
show 'em
constraint
off.
or a chain IK constraint, and each leg will have
Share
its own
screen.
2-bone IK constraint or a chain IK constraint. Actually, I switched between both
see my
while
screen?
working on this tutorial.
Yes, I'm watching you now. Oh, he looks cool.
All after you.
Bouncy
And then
guy.
it'll be bah,
Right on.
whap.
Will he be able to deal with different ground, you know, non-flat ground?
That's a good question. I don't know. Probably put him in your world, huh? Right now he's just a rigid body and he literally just moves in the direction that the player is. So actually right now he probably could move into the air. Like if I would go up, let me see.
Do I have to do all this? I feel like I.
He's trying to fly, but he's a rigid body. But so he's fighting gravity. He's just a little. He can only hover a little bit.
He looks like Luigi in hell.
Alright, let's figure out how to use this program.
Yeah, I'll give him a turning radius
It's not
because
a
it looks
very
weird
fun
when he
task,
just
so
flips
I'm happy
around.
we
But
have only 4 legs.
maybe I shouldn't care that
You
much
have to be
about
very
the
careful while doing
small
this.
things.
Custom asset? No.
Then I'm moving the targets to where the legs should be when the spider is not moving. I think this default position looks cool, so I'm gonna use the same.
Oh, no. I need a video. Oh no, this guy is the worst person. I need you to listen to just like the first 3 seconds of this video.
In Discord.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he is awful.
Hmm.
He's like a stereotypical like, oh, this is a YouTube personality for children.
Is that what that is?
That's what he comes off as to me. Of like, oh, this is how like people, uh, you know, I want to say lure children to their channel, but that's not the right word.
That's the right word.
No, I think that's probably the right word.
Hey Dave. You here?
Right, well, I will. Let's see here.
Hungry?
Ooh, dinner?
Mhm.
Thank you.
There's more chicken in the oven because this chicken that I bought, like the prepackaged stuff's kind of small.
Hmm.
So if you want more chicken like that, there's more chicken. But
Thank you.
yep.
Weird because sometimes like his normal voice slips through.
And he sounds like Kermit.
Oh my god, I cannot. Yeah. Be back.
Oh, hi, puppy. You want my chicken?
He just got real southern. Okay, gotta find a normal person.
end of that arm, or in our example here, a foot. This is like the robot walker and the animation rigging package pre-installed. The model for our robot walker includes multiple skin meshes and a hierarchy of transforms called the rig or skeleton. In the context of 3D animation, the skin mesh plays the role of the skin or visible surface of the model, and the rig or skeleton is composed of bones, which are objects which can cause the skin to follow their movement and the form, much like the bones in the human body. To better visualize this hierarchy in the scene view, we can use the bone render component provided by the animation rigging package. For this, we select the first object in our bone hierarchy and in the animation rigging menu choose bone render setup. Now we can see all of the bones that make up the rig for our character in the scene view. Animation rigging package pre-installed. The boss prototype, which included assets for a two-legged robot walker and the animation rigging package pre-installed. The model downloading the original procedural boss prototype, which included assets for a two-legged robot walker and the animation rigging package pre-installed. The model for our robot walker includes multiple skin meshes and a hierarchy of transforms called the rig or skeleton. In the context of 3D, we started by downloading the original procedural boss prototype. In this video, we are prototyping a procedurally animated boss enemy while also showing which Unity features we have used to create some of the game mechanics. Welcome to the Prototype series, a group of videos in which we explore creating small projects combining different Unity features. Don't forget that for every prototype project, we have a longer training session on our Unity
my
Learn
horse leg.
website, and you can find a link for that in the description of this video. Let's separate the creation process of this prototype.
Having a
Talking
hard
about
time
the
figuring
assets
out
we used
how to
start
do this
prototyping,
with
how
this
we implemented
horse
the
leg.
procedural
I'm
animation
hoping
for the
Dave
boss,
maybe can help
and
me.
how we enhanced the project's visuals. Let's get into it. For this project, we wanted to build some gameplay
Just do
systems from
what? You're
scratch.
just trying to do IK on the foot?
Yeah, I don't see an armature.
Oh. Oh, maybe like I didn't export it with the armature. Let me try again.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't, then it should be in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that may be
it's a
it.
box or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely can't do it without the armature.
End of that arm, or in our example here, a foot. This allows us to decide where the end of a chain of joints should be, and have the rig position our rigs into layers allows us to stack.
No, I should have.
Into the scene again here. Is it
Yeah, the
named?
box that says rig. What's the rig box?
Yeah, that would be it, I think.
Weirdly, the rig. Did you move, Chris, the base mesh from the rig?
I mean, I didn't. If I delete this from the scene and pull this in, it should be exactly as Jeff
Yeah.
exported it.
Alright, so now that's all grouped.
Hmm. Like the package I used to set this up last time was this animation rigging package, and I put a 2-bone IK, 2-bone constraint or something like that on the armature, but I'm not sure what I should be putting that on here. And then I assign the toe, and it figures out where all the other bones are from there, and then I just tell it where to put the toe. But I don't know what object I'm supposed to put that on here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything actually moves when you
Yeah, that's what I mean.
rotate
And
stuff.
normally if I grab something, it would like, yeah, it would move the
I mean, it's definitely a possibility that I did something wrong.
Here, Jeff, let me hop over and see. I'll watch your. You could do on stream real quick, and I'll see how you're exporting it.
Am I not doing that anymore? No.
So just
There's
real
the
quick
horse,
though,
its
grab one of those
parented
bones and
together.
rotate it, and does everything like rotate as you would expect? Like just one of the individual
Oh,
bones.
well. Let me go to pose mode.
Pose mode.
All right, that looks not bad. Okay.
See if you can like raise one up or so. Okay, yeah, it is definitely connected at least.
Okay. All right.
All right, so
Oh yeah.
yeah, that's definitely working. All right, so go back, I guess, and like undo everything that you just did, and then go to export, and let me just see how you're exporting.
I think that's.
Oh, of course, I can't see
know.
the options. Well, let me see the options, but you're checking armature, mesh, and apply transform?
Armature mesh. Where is apply transform? I don't. Oh,
Should
apply
be
transform. That was not clicked.
that I think is just to make stuff compatible with Unity.
Oh, okay.
So maybe that could have some effect, like in terms of axes and shit. So maybe that would have some effects. Maybe try that one.
Okay.
Then you can just save it and push, and I can
Yeah.
it'll be all changed in mine.
Oh no. Wait, where do I go to add files now? Again, that button is gone. Go to add file. No, go away.
Hey, it's been making the legs move, and we need them to be there in order to do that. If you're not seeing this bone structure here, you're going to want to go to animation rigging and
Alright,
click on
I'm
bone
done.
render setup, and that will.
All right. That. Alright. Pull the horsey leg into the scene. Animation rigging, bone render setup. Yeah, that's... I don't think
That
that's
looks
what I'm
just
supposed to
like
be
a
seeing.
horse.
But,
Does it at least move if you move this shit around? Like, some of that looks okay. I wonder if you can just delete the parts
Yeah,
you
maybe
don't
I can
need.
just delete all this other shit.
It could be the
Mhm.
Brigify thing, or it could be like maybe just the
Oh.
shit that that might be like the backward
The backwardness of it.
yeah.
Just don't touch those other parts of the rig. Just-
I mean, I can take some of these bones out and see if it still works.
Hold on, maybe it's just because I'm
Let me look at
deleting.
Jeff's screen real quick.
Deleting from the middle, maybe if I delete from the
Oh,
end.
that extra stuff. I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you could take that extra stuff out, that would totally help. I think with whatever Chris is dealing with right now.
Yeah, like if I take this one and this one
Yeah,
and
that's all. That
yeah,
looks like all I
probably
need.
that.
What about those floaty things? Are those?
That's part of the Rigify thing. I can't do anything about that.
Okay, because I think that
Like,
they might also be involved somehow. Like, if you can you delete that whole thing?
I don't know. Yeah.
Alright,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Alright,
Let's see if
send me
that
to
works.
that guy.
Nice clean horse. You know I hate a dirty horse. Fucking disgusting.
Filthy.
Ah, man, I still can't believe that Baldur's Gate lets you have sex with a bear.
Yeah, that
It's rather
was
actually
shocking.
a bear can have sex with you.
Yeah,
Really,
that
yeah.
yeah. All right, it's in.
Alright, let me pull that back in then. Alright.
Also kind of surprised that like I guess it's like because like Hasbro owns Wizards. Like kind of surprised that Hasbro's cool with it, but like I could see D&D people being like, yeah, this is hilarious. Like this is what would happen in a campaign.
Alright, we still got some extra bones in here.
Whereas, can you just like move that or something?
Might not matter. Well,
Oh.
although I do not seem to be able to delete.
Do you need to?
I don't know. Let's
I
watch this.
can put the bones in without using the meta rig, probably.
That might work.
If you don't have animation rigging underneath,
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to watch a tutorial on how to do that. So I'll be back. If you can use that horse leg in the meantime.
Trying. I'm looking into how I can try to set it up.
Also, this doesn't all need to be smaller.
Let's take the hint and drag it out.
It doesn't really matter. I can make it smaller.
Make sure
Okay.
they're relatively lined up with each other. There we go. Now these targets and hints alone don't really do anything by themselves. We need to add a script. We're going to want to make a new game object underneath, and we're going to call this IK. There we go. All our packages have been updated and have that green check.
All right,
Now, if you've scaled your legs
all
down to 0,
fed.
you're going to want to
I'm
go
ready to
back,
get back to
and
work.
scale them back up to 1.
How do I just
obviously, 'cause
make
this video is about
bones?
making the legs move.
Add an armature.
If you're not seeing this bone
In object
structure
mode, you can
here,
do
go to
single
animation
bone.
rigging,
Yeah.
and click on bone render setup, and that will
Always
align
on
all the
top.
bones on your
Where is
character.
that?
Make sure you have the character selected when you do that.
In
And
front,
animation
if you want
rigging
to see
is
it.
just a Unity asset you can
display, there we
download from
go.
the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. All right, so let's just start setting
All
this guy
right.
up. Let's
What do I
first
want to do with this
rename
mushroom next? I'll
rig
probably
1 to rig upper, and then we're gonna click on
to
the
make it so
character,
that it can
and
actually
then
walk walk
go
up
to animation rigging and
hill,
rig
huh?
setup, and that's going to make a new rig for us. And we're going to name this one to rig lower. And then just like we have with the upper, we're going to want to make a new game object underneath.
Well, let's
and we're going to
first
call
just
this
drop it in
IK
resistance area
leg
and see
right. And then on this
how it
IK
goes.
leg right, we're going to add a component to bone IK constraint. We used this in the last video, so you guys should be pretty familiar with it. We're going to want to grab the tip of the right leg. So I'm going to click on this guy, drag that over, and then right click on the component and auto setup from transform. This will automatically create for us a target and a hint.
I just put in a new bone there, or single bone? They need to be attached somehow, or just throwing bones places?
I think they need to be attached in a particular order.
Yeah,
And we're
you
going to
you
want
want
to
to
line up the
basically
target and the
probably the
hint
top one
with
is the one that you want to start
placement.
first, and then
So to do
delete
that,
that. I
let's
guess you
click
could
on
do that
target
that way,
and then
but
hold
it's
down
easier if you just
shift
delete
and
that
click each one of these
bone
up,
and click
that
on the
will
first bone you put
outline all
in,
of the bones on your character
and
for
then
you.
hit
Make sure you have the
E to
character selected
extrude,
when you do that. And animation rigging is just
Aha!
the asset you can download from the package
and
manager
G
if
to
you don't
yeah,
have
you got
I
it.
didn't
animation
know you
rigging.
could
Alright, so let's
extrude
start setting this guy up. Let's first
bones.
rename this rig
Yeah.
1 to
I'm being
rig upper, and then we're going to click on the character and then go to animation rigging
A lot of things
and
about
rig setup,
Blender make
and that's going to
sense.
make
A
a new
lot of
rig.
things about Blenders make zero fucking sense. Mainly the animation system. And then you need to parent the mesh to
For us,
the.
and we're going to
Yeah,
name
that
this
part
one
I.
to rig lower.
So I
And
think
then
it
just like we
goes
have
click
with the
the
upper, we're going to want to
armature.
make a new
Oh, I
game
forget the
object
order. The
underneath.
order
We're going to call
matters.
this
I think you
IK
click the armature
leg
second and
right.
then Control
Yeah.
P. And then you can weight it however you want. You can do automatic weights, which
Do
might be
automatic.
easiest. Yeah.
Alright,
And then
let's.
see if that poses well.
I guess we should.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's posing. I just can't see it very well. There, yeah, it's going. Wee kick. Yeah, it's the Z X. That's the one you want. Kick. Yeah, that looks good.
What do you
Try to set up the IK. Help us, Dave. Help me
I think I got it.
specifically.
I think it's good.
I think that's the you part. The me part, I'm still not 100%.
Yeah, use 2-bone constraint.
Yeah,
IK
yeah.
constraint.
I have
You're
it.
just a 2-bone horse, aren't you?
I'm gonna eat dinner here in a sec, but I'll
Alright,
point you.
I'm
Help
gonna.
if you have. See if I can help.
Did I export that? I don't remember.
What?
Okay, I'm coming.
You're not gonna fucking eat dinner.
Hey, hold on.
All right, let's.
Basically, the things that can I see what you're doing, Chris?
So we'll just gotta re-export this horse leg, but then I'm trying to set up the IK on the leg. We
So
gotta.
whatever bone you want to be the tip.
That's this bone.
Select that, and then put the 2-bone. Actually, you have to create a on the rig. Have you created a rig?
So on this, would I be creating it? Like when I did this before, it was.
Mine's called rig 1. When you go to like animation rigging, and then did you just click rig setup to make the rig?
Yeah.
Let me see the bones. So in the rig, just create an empty object.
See, why did I have this green dot near it? I didn't have that last time, but okay, I have it. Empty
And then
object.
put the IK, the 2-bone IK constraint on that object.
Okay. And then I put the tip in.
Put the tip in the tip section.
So, boom, and I want you
Not
here.
him, tip, yeah.
And then I tell it to
Auto
set it up.
setup, yep. And then
Okay.
it will have created, see how there's a drop down by the game object now? It'll create 2 objects for you, the hint and the target. And the target, you're just going to move to where you want the feet to go. That's where. Now, see that on the left in your hierarchy? They're parented to that right now.
Got it.
And you're going to want to parent those to like the actual, some part of the actual rig. Actually, maybe not. Depends how you're going to do it. But basically, the target is where that thing's going to go, and the hint is like which way should the joints bend. So you just like give it a general direction, like position.
So if I start this right now and it's working, I should be able to move this around and it'll...
You should be able to manipulate that object, and it would do it in real time.
Do you want me to put the new one I just made in, though, or do you want to...
Put the new one you just made in. Let me see if that helps.
You could also, with this, probably just put in a human leg.
I was thinking about that, but if we can't get it working, but
or just two bones, you know.
Jeff's
it
work
doesn't
to
need
go to
have everything.
waste. All right, let me fetch the origin.
All right.
All right, I just put it in. My dinner is ready, so I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back later on.
And do the same thing right now, though. If you want to look at my screen, I have trying to set up a bow aim, but he does aim towards.
See, there's still these extra bones that are getting made. I'm not sure why.
Bow-ish position.
Okay, at least there's an armature now. Okay. This looks a little bit more like what I was expecting to see.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell those extra bones are. Maybe that has something to do with like the origin.
I'm not sure. Can move him now. That's good. Okay. All right. Armature is my rig. I did that. Now I want to create a new object. What is this green dot next to it though? Like I feel like that never there.
Oh, how does this fucking control?
Right.
Inverted mouse control, Chris, you psychopath.
It's not inverted, it's or wait, is it inverted? I don't know. For the camera you mean?
Down looks up.
Oh yeah, I just threw the camera in. I didn't change anything on it except for the orbits. So blame Cinemachine. It's their base thing. Alright, tip.
We should probably make this a controller game anyway, right? Like,
Yeah, we can make it a
God,
controller game.
How do you turn the camera?
Move your mouse right to left, I think. It's free look.
Yeah, but it's like so delicate, like it doesn't have enough sensitivity.
You could put in a new camera by all means. I just did that so I could see what I was doing, and I don't mean that for it to be the end camera. Okay, so now this created a new target, but it's still not really moving to where I'm saying the target is. At least not in non-play mode. Yeah. Alright, for now.
Inverse kinematics and the way and magic of animation. This is our topic whole thing should bend to. And this is what we will program today in our little tutorial. We object, go back to object mode and add a single bone, and the single bone will be used to create my amateur. So this is the amateur, very simple amateur. That's it. Export it and it behaves like this. So you could also, for example, like so, and this is a very so let's first create a simple asset. We will use this asset in this tutorial. So I will just use this simple cube, scale it, and then add some loop cuts, for example, like so. And this is a very solid object. Go back to object mode and add a single bone, and the single bone will be used to create my armature greater than the length L. So, and if this is the case, it's very easy because we just draw a line here and say, okay, we take this distance and fast IK fabric. We do not need the pole right now. This is more advanced stuff. Let's just go with a target. And we need solver parameters, iterations, a delta, a snapback strength. Just how does the first iteration looks like? And then set it back. Position 0, so the bone. The fabric is so close to the target that it's closer than the specified delta. And here again, the trick to the point tutorials.
Hey, it's been a few weeks.
The other joints rig. Any constraints we add to this rig layer, IK allows us to control a chain of bones, for example an arm or a leg, and to cause them to be positioned and rotated to follow a target, like an apple held at the end of that arm, or in our example here, a foot. This allows us to decide where the end of a chain of joints should be and have the rig position the other
Inverse kinematics and the way and magic of animation. This is our topic today. I did a video, then add some loop cuts, for example, like then we'll first create a simple asset. We will use this asset in this tutorial. So I will just use this simple cube, scale it, and then add some loop cuts, for example, like
One very powerful modeling tool in Blender is the Selected. Then, to use it, simply go to the Quick Tools menu on the left while in edit mode and select it. Then, hover over your mesh with your cursor and you'll notice to use it, simply go to the Quick Tools menu on the left while in edit mode.
so. And this is a very solid object. Go back to object mode and add a single bone. And this single bone. Back to object mode and this is a very solid object. Go back to object mode and add a single bone. And the single bone will be used to create my amateur. Go back to object mode and add a single bone and the single bone. So object mode and add a single bone and the single bone will be used to create my amateur. So this is the amateur, very simple amateur. That's it. Export.
You hear, Jeff?
I'm trying to decide. Like, do you want to try to do hordes of enemies? Like, there's something novel about this. Here, I'll show you. Not novel, but something entertaining. Not text readability. Let me hold on. Let me restream for a second. I'll do it for.
I need you to help me do Blender things after this. I'm gonna try and make a very simple thing, like import it and see if that will
So there's something just innately fun with of just plowing into this.
Are they all rigid bodies?
Yeah. Oh God. Let's try that again. Sometimes the board itself is too light and gets thrown, but let's try it again.
That is fun.
It's also like also just having them run over to you
Yeah.
and hold on, let me see if I can get up on them. God, I hate the way the stupid camera controls. Like just having them all gang up on you. It's kind
Yeah,
of fun.
that is funny.
But like it takes a lot of processing power to do. Like we're running at just barely 100 frames per second here, and like if you look at it's taking 18% of the total processing power just to do that. That loop.
Well, I mean, there's not gonna be much else other than what is in here now, and maybe a boss,
Yeah.
but we can just turn them on and off when they're not around.
That's what I'm trying to decide is like, do I want to like do I want to do this like the right way where we can have big hordes of enemies and then because then I'll do like a central controller kind of thing and share data throughout them, or do I want like so then they'll be deployed in clusters, or do I want to? Because I think a lot of the slowdown is from having to reuse like reprocess data and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly try doing it. I wouldn't mind if it was just a bunch of little enemies. I think the if you could make one enemy that sort of swarms and one enemy and one like regular enemy and like a boss, I think that's plenty.
Mhm. There's just something satisfying about watching this. I don't know what it is, but just watching these stupid fucking mushrooms gang up on it
How
on
do
the
I put
board.
bones in this leg, Marcus?
Hold on. Oh, do you not have? Oh, you're just trying to make your own leg.
Yeah, just trying to see if I can make something quick that will.
Either Shift A or Control A. I forget which one. Get out of edit mode and go to object mode.
Okay.
Hit Shift A maybe or Control A, whatever gets you the. Yeah, there you go. And then you want to do armature.
Armature. Oh, yeah, I already put an armature in.
Oh, did you? Then get rid of that, and then just where is your armature?
I don't know.
Sure. The armature itself is a bone. If you just get rid of all the armatures, just restart and add an armature, and it'll have a bone attached to it.
Armature. Okay, I've made an armature.
So then click on that armature, click on visibility on the bottom right.
Okay.
Uh, Open up the armature in the view there in like the drop down menu. Yeah, open that up. Click on the first bone there.
Okay.
And then there should be one of those. I don't remember. Keep stay on the bone and look down the left hand like or the right hand tabs there on like they're on the right. It's on the right hand side of the screen, but it's on the left hand side of the inspector. Yeah, like you see those tabs. Like you're right now, you're on the bone tab, on the bottom right there.
Bone. Sorry, this.
Right in between where you just went through.
Oh,
Like
okay.
yeah, click on those. One of those should have like a actually hold on, go back to the bone. On the bottom, the blue bone. Go down, 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 down. There it is. And viewport display, I think, is actually what we're looking for. No, damn it, what is it? Well, essentially, we're trying to get it so that all your bones show in front. Let me just open it up. It's so
Might
much
be
easier
faster
just
for you
to.
to do it. Here, I'll just send you. Can you do the part of this tutorial that's between a minute and a minute 30? Should be
You
real
just need to
fast.
set a bone. That's it.
I just need to. So just make a take the basic cube, pull it out, do a bunch of loop cuts, and then put 3 bones in there.
Yeah, I can do that right now. That's so easy. I don't need the tutorial for that.
And then export that, and I'll see if I can get the stuff working with that, and then.
Jeff will eventually.
And then yeah, I mean,
do
even
it.
if the bone is just like a line, like a straight line, or the legs are just straight lines, actually I think that might look funnier. And then Jeff can just do the body and the head. It's a shame that we won't get to use his foot, but I think it will. I think it will be like he made the foot kind of beefy and like a real horse's leg, which looks nice. But I think 4 legs looking like that will be kind of hard to read. They should look like stick legs.
We'll see. I mean, as we might be able to redesign.
I can also probably maybe export this back into Blender, and then he can just model around it and then export it back out, and maybe it'll just work.
I'll give you 3 loop cuts per leg, I guess.
Give me like 7. This guy did like a whole bunch.
7.
Put it to use a single bone, and the single bone will be used. So let's first create a simple asset. Cube, scale.
Tell you how many loop cuts he did. He
and
did.
Then add some loop cuts.
1, 2, 3,
example,
1,
like
2, 3,
so.
4, 5, 6,
And
7,
this is
8,
a very simple
9. He
object.
did 9 loop
Go
cuts.
back to
7 should be fine. Yeah, it looks like.
See if I can find. I have to click on this. Oh, maybe I have to be in edit mode. Maybe that's why I couldn't see it. Visibility, viewport display. Okay, it is called viewport display. It's just on a different fucking tab. There it is. Always in front, so I can actually fucking see it. Alright, oops.
Yeah, then just give that like 3 bones should be fine.
I could have done the thing where you just screwed properly, but being kind of lazy.
Whatever, it's wacky. It's a wacky leg, so it doesn't super matter. And then yeah, just says after that, just export
do the
it.
parenting. Well, you gotta parent them, right? This gets parented to this. Automatic weights. Let me tech it. Pose. Rotate. Kick. 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 Kick.
Nice.
Rotate. Kick.
I like it. It looks like an Adventure Time leg.
Kick. Kick. Alright. It's called Untitled, I hope that's okay.
No problem. Alright.
Right, and then I'll just drop it into our folder. Is in assets, is that where Jeff has been putting them?
Yeah.
Sent.
Alright. The following untracked working tree files would be overwritten by merge.
You gotta track the files, add them, commit them.
Get rid of this for now.
What to do about this? About this here unity. This here mob mentality.
Untitled leg. Pull you in. Turn ya. Make you a lot smaller. And then let's see now. There we go. Armature, bone. Can't get much simpler than that. Alright, now let's try this again. Armature. Wait, I have to do the package. Animation rigging package, because they undid it to do the... Now. Alright, so now animation rigging. Bone render setup. It looks perfect. A new game object. Still this green dot. Don't like it. Add 2 bone. IK constraint. Pull in the tippy toe. Auto setup from tip transform. Alright. Now move this. Damn, still not working. Unity, what?
Oh, hold on. Time out. All this fucking effort might be because I'm debug logging.
Oh, you mean all the
debug logging
processing
takes
power?
Yeah. It takes a surprising fucking amount of work to debug log. Like an insanely large amount of work. And every one of those enemies is debug logging constantly at every frame, so. Maybe we could get by without me having to optimize, that would be nice. And then, though I think one day I wouldn't mind doing swarm AI. I bet that would be interesting to do. Or fun to, interesting mechanically at least. Oh, I should probably... Oh. Alright, where's my profile at? Window, analysis. Okay, yeah, there we go. Barely anything at all.
Since we've done a tutorial.
Mostly rendering stuff, actually.
Animation rigging, align transform.
Wonder if the
And then for
physics,
hints,
also
we
the
actually
physics
want
engine,
to,
obviously,
bring the
because they're all
hint
rigid
out
bodies.
pretty far and up a little bit. And this is the target for where the. Go to animation rigging.
You could change
and
their. I think
click
I
on
also have them on
render
continuous.
setup,
I could
and
change
that
them to
will
not
outline all of the bones on your character for you. Make sure you have the character selected when you do that. And animation rigging is just a Unity
really
asset
not
you can download from the package manager if you don't have
Alright,
animation rigging.
that's
Alright,
it.
so
We have
let's
swarm
start
enemies.
setting
We're
this guy
doing
up.
it.
Let's first
We're doing the
this
swarm.
rig 1 to rig upper, and then we're gonna click on the character, and then go
Oh
to
boy.
animation
No.
rigging and rig setup, and that's
Oh,
gonna
we're all
make a new
falling.
rig for us, and we're gonna.
I don't
name
even
this
know if I
one to
need.
rig
Let's see,
low
like.
setup, and that's gonna make a new rig for us. And
I
we're
guess
gonna
I
name
should
this one
figure out how to get
rig
them to
lower. And then just like we
climb
have
up
with
fucking
because
hills,
this
but like they
video
might
is
just
about
technically
making the legs
automatically
move
climb
and
up.
need them to
I have
be
a
there.
there's a ground fitter thing. It's free on the thing. I used it for the lizard. You can probably just throw it on them and mess with the variables.
Do that. If you're
Like
not
they'll
seeing
naturally
this
climb the hill
bone
because their
structure
rigid body is
here, you're
literally
gonna wanna go to
moving
animation
towards
rigging,
you,
and
which is
click
up the
on
hill.
Bone render setup, and that will outline all of the bones on your character for you. Make sure you have.
But I guess it won't. Oh,
selected
I
when
guess
you
they
do that.
don't
And
technically
animation
climb
rigging
the
is
hill.
just a Unity asset you can download from the package manager.
They
if
like
you don't
they
have
if you are on the
animation
other
rigging.
side of the hill,
Alright,
they
so
won't
let's
really
start
go.
setting
But
this
they're
guy up.
swarm.
Let's
They're
first rename this rig 1 to rig upper,
It's hard
and then
to
we're gonna
test.
click on the
I really-
character, and then go to
I really need to
animation
check this
rigging
out.
and rig setup, and that's gonna make a new rig for us, and we're gonna name this one to
Do we have
rig
a,
lower. And then just like we have with the upper, we're gonna want to make a new
We don't have
game
any
object
prefabs,
underneath,
right?
and we're gonna call
Currently.
this IK
No.
leg right. And then on this IK leg right, we're gonna add a component to bone IK constraint. We used this in the last video, so you guys should be pretty familiar with it. We're gonna want to grab the tip of the right leg. So I'm gonna click on this guy.
There's a couple
drag
steps
on
that
your
this guy
character
has
for
in
you.
his
Make
that
sure you have the
Dave did
character
not mention,
selected
and
when you
maybe
do
I
that.
also
And
forgot
animation rigging is just a Unity asset you can download from the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. Alright, so let's just start setting this guy up. Let's first rename this rig 1 to rig upper, and then we're going to click on the character, and then go to animation rigging and rig setup, and that's going to make a new rig for us.
Let's get rid of this, and we'll pull it back in. Pull it up. Animation rigging.
And then go to animation rigging and back up to 1, obviously, because this video is about making the legs move and we need them to be there in order to do that. If you're not seeing this bone structure here, you're going to want to go to animation rigging and click on bone render setup.
Animation rigging. Bone render setup. Bone render has been set up.
And that will outline all of the bones on your
Outline
character
all
for
the
you. Make sure you
bones.
have the character selected when you do that. And animation rigging is just a Unity asset you can download from the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. Alright, so let's just start setting this guy up. Let's first rename this manager if you don't have animation rigging. Alright, so let's just start setting this guy up. You can
See,
download from the
click on
package
that,
manager if
it
you don't
doesn't
have
say he
animation
does.
rigging.
Restore
Alright, so let's
blind
just start
pose.
setting this guy up. Let's first rename this rig 1 to rig upper, and then we're
Alright, we'll rename this just like he does, just in case that matters.
we're going to click on the character and then go to animation rigging and rig setup. And
whole thing, click on animation rigging, rig setup. Now I get a rig. Okay.
That's going to make a new rig for us, and we're going to name this one to rig lower. And then
Okay.
And just like we have with the upper, we're going to want to make a new game object underneath.
Empty, new game object.
And we're going to call this IK leg right, and then
leg. Okay, leg. Okay.
And on this IK leg right, we're going to add a component to bone.
Component called two bone constraint.
IK constraint. We used this in the last video, so you guys should be pretty familiar with it. We're going to want to grab the tip of the right leg.
Grab the tip of the leg. Put it here. Then go here. Auto setup. Okay.
Click on this guy, drag that over, and then right click on the component and auto setup from transform. This will automatically create for us a target and a hint, and we're going to want to line up the target and the hint with the respective placement. So to do that, let's click on target and then hold down shift and click on the bone that we want to line up with.
Alright, so on target, already with the bone, it looks like.
And then go up to animation rigging, align transform, and then do the same thing for the hint. Click on the knee and then animation rigging, align transform. And then for the hint, we actually want to bring the hint out pretty far and up a little bit. And this is the target for where the knee is going to try to get to. So when our character picks his leg up, we want the knee to always try to go up. Now let's repeat this for the left leg. Right, you, but it would just drag up with each other. Do them to leg, script. So all you have to do is my source code to this scene as an asset into your available now. Don't want script. Only one is good to find. And then let's take the hint and drag it out again, like we did for the other. We could even make sure they're relatively lined up with each other. There we go. Now these targets and hints alone don't really do anything by themselves. We need to add a script to them to make the leg seem like it's actually walking procedurally and taking into account the other leg, and only one is going to be up at the same time.
Yeah, look at that leg moving. Okay. Move the hint maybe.
time, and then go up to animation rigging, align transform, and then do the same thing for the hint. Click on the knee, and then animation rigging, align transform. And then for the hint, we actually want to bring the then on this IK leg right, we're going to add a component to bone IK constraint. We used this in the last video, so you guys should be pretty familiar with it. We're going to want to grab the tip of the right leg, click on this guy, drag that over, and then right click on the component and auto setup from transform. This will automatically create for us a target and a hint, and we're going to want to line up the target and the hint with the respective placement. So to do that, let's click on target and then hold down shift and click on the bone. That we want to line up with, and then go up to animation rigging, align transform, and then do the same thing for the hint. Click on the knee and then animation rigging, align transform. And then for the hint, we actually want to bring the hint out pretty far and up a little bit. And this is the
What is she freaking out about? target for the target and the hint with the respective placement. So to do that, let's click on target and then hold down shift and click on the bone that we want to line up with, and then go up to animation rigging, align transform, and then do the same thing for the hint. Click on the knee and then animation rigging. The XR for us, and we're going to name this one to rig lower, and then just making the legs move
for the hands and head, and this is how your project should be set up right now. First thing we need to do is go into Window, Package Manager, and then go to Pack. Now if you've scaled your legs down to 0, you're going to want to go back and scale them back up to 1, obviously, because this video is about making the legs move and we need them to be there in order to do that. If you're not seeing this bone structure here, you're going to want to outline all of the bones on your character for you. Make sure you have the character selected when you do that. And animation rigging is just a Unity asset you can download from the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. Alright, so let's just start setting this guy up. Let's first rename this rig 1 to rig
I was wondering
upper,
why the
and
camera
then we're going
felt
to click
so
on the
laggy
character
when I was
and
moving,
then
but
go to
I think it's
animation
because of
rigging.
just the scale and like
I
my
don't know if
computer
you
says
know how to do this, Marcus, but could you re-export that leg where it's such that it's standing straight up, and like, cause right now the forward direction of it is like down towards the ground. Where the forward direction is the toe, so rotate it. Can you rotate it to where the toe is facing? You know, if the where
let me see your stream. Hold on, I'll be able to understand it better if I can see your stream. Where is my fucking Discord? All right, so here.
So blue is forward, right?
Yeah, Z is forward.
So right now the forward is towards the toe, like where the ground would be. I need forward to be.
Okay, so
any
Y
of these
is forward
sides.
there. Hang on, I need to think about this. If Y is forward here, that way, and Y negative Y seems to be forward, which is great. Okay, so I need to, and for you, hold on, fuck me, this stuff gets hard to think about. Because I know that I'm using a separate, like one uses left-hand coordinate system, the other uses a right-hand coordinate system. So if this way, because here's my start, right, is right here, and it's pointing this way, and yours is pointing this way, so
Yeah.
this is your Z. And what's your X?
X is red, right? X is
Right,
like
so X is that way. So your Z is my negative Y, your X is my negative X, which makes. And what's your up? I think our up is this. My up is my positive Z is your positive Y. Okay, so how do I make? So now I need to rotate it so that my positive Y, this guy, or my negative Y is pointed in the direction of your Z. So where is your? So hold on. Oh, we're getting there. I think it might just be this.
It may not actually matter if this is too much of a pain in the ass. I just want it aligned in the same way that it's aligned in the tutorial video, so I can know that I'm setting the what's it called, like the knee part correctly.
Hold on. Keep on that screen for a second because I need to think. But it might just be rotating at 9 degrees up, so it's facing up and down.
Yeah,
then,
I don't think it matters which way it goes, because I can make any direction the knee, really.
That's negative. My Z is your positive Y, so if I rotate up, the forward will. Where the forward needs to just face anywhere out from the leg, like just straight
Anywhere out.
out.
Yep, anywhere out.
All right, well, fuck it. I think rotating 90 degrees up will handle that. X-axis 90. Nope, negative 90. Apply transform.
Oh, but we do want the bones pointing down to where you want it flipped to what you.
Well, here's the origin right here.
Okay. All right, that might be fine then.
Let's see what happens. Because my worry is one of them or two of them get flipped, and but I'm not sure which one. How exactly this works when they get flipped. So we'll see. second. Blender leg. Now it's called leg. You can delete the other one. Alright. And I'm going to move that over. Yeah. You should have that.
All right. Pull that in. Let's get rid of all. So it's called leg now.
Yeah. I also removed the other one, so you might actually lose mass it when you.
It's fine. All right, leg. Leg in. Oh, the leg's got a light source. That's okay. We can.
Oh, oops! I forgot to.
All right.
Man, that's fucking bright. It also has a camera with it too, because I didn't remove that. Forgot to remove those.
Alright, so now I need to redo the package. Install.
Interesting. I thought that the well, if you click on the armature, does it show you where does the origin stay where the origin is in Blender? Okay. Okay, so I do have it upside down. Alright, let me just, before you even do anything, let me just put it in the right way around. What's wrong, sir? Is it thundering?
I do got it moving now, but the knee's not bending at the right place. That's what I'm trying to
Alright,
fix.
first of all, let's get rid of these so I don't forget. Oops, let's not scale it. A, rotate, x-axis, 180. Enter, save, export, or copy over. I know, you're very upset. Come here. Come here. You're a very good dog. I'm sorry that's thundering. You're a good dog. You're okay. Okay. Change this now to let me look more easily.
Alright. Package manager. Install. Animation rigging, set up the bones, looks good. Looks very good, okay.
And rig setup, and then we're gonna clean this guy up. You can download from the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. All right, so let's just start setting this guy up. Let's first rename this rig 1 to rig upper. And then we're going to click on the character and then go to animation rigging and rig setup.
On this, animation rigging, rig setup. Got
and that's going to make a new rig for us, and we're going to name this one to rig lower. And then just like we have with the upper, we're going to want to make a new game object underneath, and we're going to
game object.
Call this IK leg right. And
Okay, leg.
then on this IK leg right, we're going to add a component.
2-bone constraint. And last bone. That in. And auto setup.
2-bone IK constraint. We use the click on the component and auto setup from transform. This will automatically create for us a target and a hint, and we're going to want to line up the target and the hint with.
Alright, target hint created. Target, we want to line up this.
With the respective placement. So to do that, let's click on target and then hold down shift and click on the bone that we want to line up with, and then go up to animation rigging, align transform, and then do the same thing for the hint. Click on the knee and then
hint, shift, click on the knee, align transform. Okay.
in animation rigging, align transform. And then for the hint, we actually want to bring the hint out pretty far and up a little bit. And this is the target for where the knee is going to try to.
Alright, so for the hint. Hint, hint. Out. Alright, now let's try. Oh boy. Oh, let's try actually putting the hint. This. Alright, it's a start.
To and in the pinned comment, and for the not faint of heart, let's get into coding. So on the IK leg right target, we're going to add a component, and this is going to be a custom script. We're going to call it IK foot solver, and then create and add new script. I'm going to drag this over into the scripts folder. Field private, so I've just asked for your specific character and how fast you want them to move. Your step distance and step length is going to be different. Step height is really based on how tall your character is. So if your character the editor, so these are all field potatoes. So every time we update, we want to set the foot to the current position and rotation. So we're going to do transform.position is going to be equal to the current position, and transform.up is going to be equal to the current normal. And keep in mind, this script is just for 1 foot, so we don't need to take into account multiple feet or movement or anything. All we need to take into account is this one specific foot. So we need to take a ray from the bottom leg, and that's what our foot spacing value hit. We want the ray to go a maximum of 10 down. That's probably more than far enough to hit the ground beneath us. And then we only want to hit the terrain layer value, which means we're only going to register the ground. We're not going to, bump into the player or whatever the player is holding. We only want to register ground. So right now our alert value is at 1. And when our alert value is at 1, we're not moving the foot. Now we want to move the foot if we've gone a certain distance. So we have a raycast and we have a raycast hit. Now we need another if statement to see if we've moved over a certain distance is less than. We are moving. Feet are not actually moving at this point, so we want to actually move over a certain distance. So we're going to say 2, and this will just start our raycast from 2 meters up. Just be the root of the character. Other foot. Is going to be this guy, which we need to drag and drop here as well. So body, drag.
Actually, I think I can. It's from here. Okay, so.
drag and drop the other target, the new position. So new position is going to be equal to the hit point plus the body forward. Set multiple variables in one line by just doing equals equals. So we're going to set the current position, we're going to set the new position, and we're going to set the old position. Realized field private, so I've just copied.
So everyone's still here.
I'm still here.
Oh, I really do not enjoy doing camera stuff.
Yeah, camera stuff sucks.
I just want it to fucking not flip. Like, I want it to be a better camera than what we have, than like the default solution camera. Which, like, this feels better, but I can't control it right now. But like, when it flips, it fucking goes crazy. It's just infuriating. Like that. And also right now you can't, maybe if I just put some damping on there, maybe that's all that needs to happen. What did I just turn off here? What is this? Let's just add some damping. Maybe that's all that it needs. Nope, that really feels like creative soup. Bad. Transitions.
Are you here, Dave? Thought I heard the Dave thump before.
As a composer, those were supposed to take player input, but it doesn't seem to be doing. Is POV the only thing that takes player input?
Alexa, stop. So need it to like lift its foot off the ground just the littlest bit. Or I guess you could do 3 bones if you made the one go out forward like a little foot, like a little tiny foot. And then one up to the knee. So basically like a human foot with a hoof around the foot part. That would probably also work, right? Because I need what's it? It'll say
I feel like the cinema machine camera is like just fighting me. Like I try to turn the camera, like it's so jittery. I just don't know why. Sucks because like the camera's super important for how the game is gonna feel. I really hate programming cameras, but I might just have to program it from fucking scratch because this feels, even not moving, it just jitters around.
there's a way to fix that. There's
It just
definitely
feels
a
like
faster
shit.
way than to fix it than like doing it from scratch. Although if you want to do it from scratch, by all means. But that definitely is a way to set up a good Cinema Machine camera. I just don't remember off the top of my head what it is.
It just feels like shit. It's just fucking like it would be fine if it, like the controls are fine enough. I can play with those, but like it just jumps. It like legitimately jumps around, and I can't believe that. I can't imagine it's intended to work this way. I don't know why it feels like this. It's like it's trying so hard to keep you behind the vehicle at all times that it doesn't even really do that, to be honest. It does sometimes. Why would it be this bad?
Alright, I got the aiming pretty good so far. He does do a little spinneroonie if something circles directly behind him.
So he just aims at a target persistently, basically?
Yeah. So if I don't know if you're looking at my Discord, but if I hit play...
That looks pretty good.
Aims.
That looks really good. Shooting those little mushroom
Put a bow in
guys.
his hand. I'll make him like move his hand forward and back to actually shoot next. But he does do a spinneroonie if he. Whoop.
Whatever.
That's fine. Like that. This is the only right.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be an appendage of the horse, basically, right? So whatever. I mean, I could try to fix it, but right now I'm moving on. I like this stuff though. It's fun. Playing with action figures.
Building this out for where the leg is gonna look normal on all speeds is gonna be gonna be hard. Here's the thing though, this is not something we have to answer right now, but if you don't pick up the hero, what's the... I guess you could pick him up once at the beginning. But otherwise, I don't think it reads as you're the horse until the guy gets knocked off.
Yeah, you can pick him up in the beginning. Like maybe the first call of the hero whistling for you. The start of the game.
There we go. That looks a lot better. Still stupid as hell, but...
I think it has to do with the rigid body. So the machine just doesn't know how to handle it. When I turn it to like the interpolation on, it seems to go a little better. Interpolation on the rigid body.
Can you make a game object that smoothly follows the rigid body and link the camera to that, maybe?
I had that before.
I'm gonna save this dumb shit that I have right now. Saved.
Yeah, but I think before my problem probably was that I had it attached to the thing still. So let me try doing that without as an empty that just has a script to follow the player object, so it doesn't. But maybe slowly lerps towards this direction, so it doesn't have such exaggerated changes.
Alright, I'm putting a new leg into the thing. It has 3 bones, just a top of the leg, bottom of the leg, and a foot.
Get this new leg. Alright, skinny leg. Your skinny leg. Skinny leg is in. And let's. Under setup, perfect.
Copied the legs on target, and then character selected when you do that. And animation rigging is just a Unity asset you can download from the package manager if you don't have animation rigging. Alright, so let's just start setting this guy up. Let's first rename this rig 1 to rig upper.
Let's make this. Go like that, maybe?
Still seems to be of issue.
And then we're going to click on the character and then go to animation rigging and rig setup, and that's going to make it.
You know, it could also, well, I don't know, it's hard to say. It's still jittering now. Could be a frame rate thing too. Like, just the frame rate does seem to drop.
Do you have all the mushroom guys in there still, or did you take
When I
them?
delete the mushroom guys, it might get smoother. It's so hard to fucking tell sometimes. Like, alright, so I'm running now. It's relatively smooth right now. And all the mushrooms are on.
Thank you for doing the annoying thing.
I
Non-fun
fucking hate
thing.
this. Yeah, this is so annoying. Maybe it is a performance thing. But like the mushroom guys, if I'm looking at the scene, aren't doing much. Like if I'm looking at the analyzer, they don't take up much processing power. But and it does seem to be sporadic, the behavior of it. Might be a thing too that would just feel better in with a controller in your hand, but I'm not gonna mess with the inputs right now.
God damn, yeah, that doesn't really work either. It's doing the same thing. Jeff, can you just do 2 bones? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on, actually. Did I not pull the right thing in? Maybe I pulled the wrong thing in here. Yeah, maybe pulled the old leg in. Skinny leg is what I want. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say it looks exactly like what okay. Never mind, hold on. Don't do anything yet. Right, animation rigging. Bone render setup. Bones still look all weird. Or there's multiple of them? Hold on, let me see how many bones are in here. Bone. And it looks like the right amount of bones. Maybe they just have more vertices or something. Try it.
A new rig from Transform. This will automatically create respective placement. So to do that, let's click on target and then hold down shift and click on the bone that we want to line up with. And
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Must be something about how you're creating your armature. Because, like, what, like, it has all the right bones, but then it has just this extra, this one. Which is just associated with the whole thing?
I don't know. mean, I'll look into it. I don't know what else they can do.
That's okay, you can just move on to doing the other horse parts for now, and we'll come back to it later if we have time.
Alright.
I got this sort of dumb looking leg. I mean, very dumb looking. Maybe too dumb looking. Just need to figure out how to get it.
It's definitely something with Cinemachine, because if I just play around in the scene view, like nothing slows down in the scene view. It's just the
camera.
Camera, yeah, it's like stuttery. Maybe it just has to do with something with like it's offset, like maybe traveling fast. Maybe when you're traveling fast, you need just a custom camera code or something. But yeah, if I'm just flying around in scene view, I can fucking do it all day and nothing happens. And it doesn't slow down at all. Oh, what a fucking pain in the ass this is. What a stupid thing.
What's up with the sky?
Honestly, the scene view camera is better than the Cinemachine camera if I could copy that code. Like it does really well. The only thing it doesn't have is control. I think I'm gonna have to wind up programming this from scratch. I feel like this scene camera might just be trying to do too much, and because it's trying to do too much, it fucking can't do the basic of just follow the camera, or just follow the object and move the camera in an orbit around. Annoying. See if I can make a quick custom camera though. First, I gotta go back.
Alright, this looks properly fucking stupid.
I like it.
Make his head look real dumb, Jeff.
Oh man, it's a real shame because I made a really good looking horse. Are you
That's
seeing
fine.
my horse?
That's fine. Let's. It'll be even funnier maybe if it's like majestic and then you see it move. That's a pretty fucking good horse. In the end, you should get Pegasus wings. Be able to fly.
Ooh, what happened there?
This is what I imagine your table that you brought to life is in D&D, Marcus. Just looks like this. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, Master. Alright. Save all this. So let's get rid of... These still have horse on them. There's horse. There's no horse in here. Why do these still have horse on them? Uh-oh. Did I not save something and now I did save it and it's gonna mess everything up. Oh, there it is, a little messed up. It's not as good as it was before. Whatever, it's not bad. Shit though, it was so good before. Fuck, I should have pushed that before I messed with anything. maybe add a little bit of randomness to it.
And I think what you need to do is make one set go in and out, like in and out and in and out, instead of like stepping at the same time. You know what I mean?
So like, actually I think that's in the
Like
thing
the
where
horse is like leaping when it's like, you know how a horse runs.
something like, are you watching my screen?
Yeah.
This has like a thing where like you should, this is more for like a spider I guess, but like where you should have like the opposite legs move simultaneously.
Yeah.
See how this looks though. Just adding a little bit of randomness to it might have a similar effect sometimes. But also, like, I don't want it to look too good. Like, I want it to look stupid. But
Alright, well, I'll make this horse's head bigger. Stupid things have big heads.
Is that better? I can't tell.
That just looks
that's
like
worse.
a donkey.
Oh wait, that's gonna be a 1 there, not...
I'll give it a bigger nose. That makes sense. Bigger nose. Bigger.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like, the back legs should be pushing backwards, right?
Yeah.
Not forwards. Yeah, okay. That's simple enough.
Like that, what it's doing right there, but backwards?
Like these legs here on the where that are more towards the left of my camera should be, instead of always moving forward, like these ones should move backwards and then sling back to their normal position, right?
Yeah.
Like turn them 180 degrees basically.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, hold on, I can do that. Just duplicate the... I'm too lazy to do it for real. First of all, let's save this before I lose anything. And then... yeah, we can just... create a new C# script. Put placement back.
And googly eyes. I guess I'll give him googly eyes too.
and then should be good. And then we just need to find the back legs and put the script on that. Slot that in there. That in there. Let's see how that baby looks. This might look it. Weird.
Yeah, that was not what I was intending.
I don't think, yeah, I don't think this is. So I could do this, but I'd have to take into account direction the player is pressing, which maybe actually that might be really easy. Let's just undo all that. That off. That off. Make sure we're still normal.
Why can't I make?
Alright, that's okay. And then we just need to take into account if this is greater than 1. The offset. Put aim dir. Alright. Put aim dir. Let's transform forward. By 2. Else if this is less than 1. Actually, I'm gonna need this whole thing. Actually, no, I don't. Put aim there, equals transform, negative transform that forward. Divided by 2. Else. Put aim there. Vector 3.0. Try that guy. There we go. It's a little less dumb, but okay. It does look like he gallops totally backwards, which is kind of funny.
Alright, I think I got a pretty good camera system.
Awesome.
Alright.
I just put it on a cylinder. That's all. That's what I did for my WebGL class. So, and I think I'm technically wrong to use like some linear scaling here, but it feels good enough for like the scroll speed or the vertical movement, like when you get in and out. It looks good. Feels good to me, but I'll let you guys try it.
Alright,
Let me
now I
save
need you
that.
to look at something for me.
And let me prefab this and push it, and I'll take a look.
Damn, that is a good looking horse ass, Jeff.
I know, right?
That's
It's
some
the exact
fucking.
I need to. Is that what you need us to look at? Your sexy
Yeah.
horse ass.
That horse has got a fucking donk.
All right, I'm saving this.
That's what the people want in their
And
video
let me
games nowadays.
horse donk,
Dick horse.
not donkey donk. Yeah.
It's all thick horse, all thick horse and donkey donk with these kids.
All right, I just pushed it. Chris, try my. So it's in my folder, my test scenes, enemy tests or whatever. Try that camera out and see if it feels intuitive to you. In the meantime, I will hop over and look at whatever Jeff is doing.
Just
Oh my god,
horse
what
butt
a the crease makes it.
Yeah, the crease is. I hope we have enough polygons for the crease.
We'll find them. Find room. Oh, that's amazing. Did you need anything with Blender, Jeff, or did you just want to show off your horse ass?
Nope, just wanted to show off the horse ass. I think I did a real good job.
You did. If we have time, we should not to cover up Jeff's thing, but I would love to get a tail in there so that you would only see it on like bumps. That way it would be it's like a surprise. But that's obviously not super important. Oh, I love it though.
Alright, hold on, I'll try your camera in a minute. I can't fucking figure out which one of these walk animations I like best.
Is this horse gonna need bones or an animation at
No,
all?
no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to giving it bones, like some kind of squish, you know, squish squash animation to, make it feel like he's galloping. But that doesn't have to be immediate. That could be something we do later. But also, why, if we don't have anything else, why not? Well, I guess we could have Jeff work on an anime. That might be more worthwhile.
Well, I'll put this horse into the thing and then.
Going back and forth on what is actually more important. Because like the horse moving, feeling good is definitely important, and like looking good is definitely, or like looking funny but good, is definitely important. But it's probably going to be harder for. I imagine it's harder for Chris to like IK with the horse stuff, but maybe not because it's just imagine like even if you just put a bone with a pivot point in the middle, that would probably be,
No.
better than nothing. What are you working on, Chris?
Which one of these horse, how the feet should find the ground to make it look best. I think maybe just this, what I originally had, is probably the best. There's no randomness to it, it's a little more predictable, but It also gives more of a gallopy, a little bit more of a gallopy feeling.
What are you specifically setting?
The where the raycast is going to where it should put its feet.
Gotcha.
When it gets, you know.
Is all IK done with raycast like that?
No, I don't think so. Or maybe, I don't know. I really don't know that much about IK. I think this looks all right though.
Yeah.
Or optionally, we could get rid of this, have it go a little more out in front of him.
Can we ragdoll him when he gets flipped?
I mean, he sort of does. Like, hold on, I'll see if I can manage it. I had to turn the speed.
You can rotate him manually.
It's a little harder to flip him now because I had to turn the speed down. Otherwise, the legs just couldn't keep up. Which I think is kind of fine because like now hills are like just hard to do, which I think is fun. Let's see if I can flip him now.
Just rotate him. Oh, whoa.
Whoa. What happened? There he
He's
is.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're rigid. Is there any way to like make them just ragdoll?
Yeah, I
fully
suppose
when
I could set a thing to have them stick straight up, or I mean they're what they're really doing is looking for the last spot on the ground that they touched. You fucker. Bounce. Keep bouncing. There you go. Ugh. Yeah, so like they're always looking for the last spot that they touched, basically. Ugh.
Okay, so yeah, the IK system doesn't do anything with actually finding the position of the feet. It just
Gives you a position to put where you want, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you just give it a position, and it like orients the 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 pieces, right? That's what it does.
Actually, what if I do? What if I double it? Essentially doubling it.
You gotta put F's after those suckers.
Alright, I gotta stop doing this. This is an absolute waste of time. But yeah, let me check out.
Put on a slider. That's the best way to test.
Yeah.
You probably could get a gallop if you were to like basically always reach out to a point ahead of you, and then wait until that point is a certain distance behind your.
That's what I was doing now.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess you just have to offset them.
You actually have
but,
to.
How far ahead are you looking for the feet? Because like I feel like if you put the feet going even a little further ahead for their look, what they're looking for, it could it'd look more like a gallop. Because right now it looks like the body's moving and the feet are just like holding it up, which is exactly what's happening. But
shit, what happened? Did I delete something or something? I can't. Here, hold on, let me look at the leg. Why is it not drawing the, it's supposed to also, wait, hold on. No, I have to go onto the this. One of them has a debug draw on it. Maybe I got rid of that.
I think debug draw should. Oh, actually, no, you're right. It only draws when selected.
Or
You have
sorry,
it
on
only.
gizmo selected. Yeah. Okay. So
You could just set it to draw whenever. Just turn that off selected, or take out the selected part.
wait, what's going on here? Why is this the thing I'm zooming in on? Here we go. This is what I need to be on. Okay, there we go. The yellow thing is the yellow is where it is now. Red is what it's looking for. So if I change,
What part of the horse is forward right now?
if I change, there's no way to tell. Actually, let's just change this.
Yeah, so that's moving forward by 1 unit is what it's looking for.
It's the down direction plus the forward direction, so...
A 45-degree angle.
So it
then.
should be like, yeah, like a 45-degree angle. So this red one should move to like a more of like a 45-degree angle, but it's not. Why is it not?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I know why. I know why. Because I forgot I changed it so that it aims nowhere unless it doesn't do that unless I heading forward, but it's not really ever doing that. Okay. So what it should be doing is if I'm moving forward,
I see what you mean. Yeah, I get what you. Yeah.
It should be setting it in front of me, and if I'm moving back, it should be setting it back.
That is the right way to do it for sure. But the question is why it's not doing it.
Oh wait, because this should be less than 1, right? It's never getting to there, but still, why is it not getting to here? Or actually, it will. Maybe it will never be 1. Let's do greater than 0. Right, because less than negative 0.8. Actually, it's also just print what we're getting. I gotta stop doing this though. This is a waste of time. It's basically good. Oh yeah, vertical is up and down. Okay. So that is -1.
I mean, it looks like it's doing it properly now. I still can't tell what the front of your horse is. Okay, now I know which way the front of the horse is.
Front is here.
Yeah. Damn long build for whatever reason. There we go. That looks better. They could probably go back further, like while they wait, but like they could go, continue to move back. Oh, that looks okay. I have that distance. Keep moving.
So I just turned it up a little. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, that looks good. It's funny when they get off because it just doesn't look horse-like at all. It like really breaks the horse illusion. just climbing with nothing in sync. I like that the settings right now though.
All right, so let's save it to this was at 2. Save this. Push. So hungry. All right, let's look at your camera, and then I will check.
I'm gonna have to pull. Look at it.
This is fun. I'm glad we picked the funniest one.
I mean, they're learning new skills that are probably pretty important. The IK stuff is gonna be, you could do so much with that. It makes so much of a difference. It has a lot of potential. I'll start messing with it. I think horse test is actually what because I just copied your scene and.
In the enemy testing folder.
Yeah. Alright, so see if that feels natural to you.
This is building a long time compared to what? Yeah, that looks pretty
So
good.
click in, I think it should lock your mouse. Yeah, there you go. And then
that's pretty
it
smooth.
looks,
Yeah.
it's really just the smoothness is just by virtue of it not being a fucking cinema machine camera. But the question is, does this feel right to you? You can zoom in and out with your.
Oh yeah. I definitely would want a little more zoom, but yeah, this is pretty
You could
damn
turn it
good.
up. Yeah. Right now the zoom scales or rather the upward movement scales with your zoom, but it's only a vertical scale, and I think technically or linear scale, and I think it shouldn't technically scale linearly.
The only
Since it's on
downside
a
is there's
cylinder.
no there is a built-in collision for some of the cinema machine cameras that's not gonna be present here, but
Yeah.
that's fine. I don't think that
Honestly, I
matters.
prefer this over this. Just I did think about that. I just like this is more valuable to me than the fucking cinema machine bullshit. I could probably figure if time goes on, I could just put a collider on the camera and just basically if it collides, move it like slide it up the slope or whatever. But
right on.
yeah,
That
it's just
feels real good.
making
The speed of the rotation feels good.
Yeah, we can all the things are modifiable. You can change them in the camera, like the speeds of everything.
I do think it should start a little more zoomed out.
Yeah, we can change that too. That's a rate. Actually, that is not set, but I'll add that. It is changeable, but it's not public.
Let's hit these fuckers.
I do love running into these things. They do look silly. Yeah, it can be hard to control, but I do love running into like a big the very first hit of them is satisfying. I should probably have them get up once they're down, just to cover that. But right now I don't even. I think honestly I'm just gonna let the movement be what it is because it doesn't need to be that complicated. No one's gonna be looking at them that hard.
Yeah.
But like you see how they can sometimes like climb on each other and stuff. Because all they're trying to do is move towards you, and I'm literally just moving their rigid body in your direction. So it just kind of it gives them this really stupid Goomba-like quality.
Come get me. Oh, did that actually knock me?
So it was probably just because the rigid bodies hit each other.
The way it should work though is like it should knock the guy off you first, and then it should knock you, or something like that.
Yeah, I'll mess with it to. So I'm actually kind of happy with proud of the way I set up the monsters stuff. They're like basically it's a state machine, but each state is its own function, like its own script. So you can easily identify what states do what, and like have code super isolated, make it easier to watch.
Right on.
Or easier to fuck with, and also then it means that when like Dave or whoever does the swinging code, I also just love the gangbang.
I see you turned them into I see you turned them into Mario, Hell Mario instead of Hell Luigi.
Yeah, I like the red better. There's a blue one too, a blue skin. I also love that this one guy's just like they're just bouncing off each other. I don't know why. There's no real reason other than the fact that they're rigid bodies, so it must just be like weird physics.
It's pretty good.
I should have the
He's
attack
standing on
any
me.
rigid body.
He's riding me.
He is riding you. I should have the attack hit any rigid body so they could accidentally knock each other, and then just automatically give that rigid body some positive X and
yeah, that would be fun.
velocity,
That would be fun if
velocity.
they could actually bash each other and not just sort of like glitchily bounce off each other.
Yeah. So let's just do it. Let's do Sunday at 1.
This is due Sunday at 1, so ideally by tomorrow night we want to be designing the world and putting things in it.
Okay. Alright, well let me I'm gonna take a little break, and then I'll maybe eat something.
I also
Then I'll
very,
come
very
back
much
and try to finalize this guy, and then maybe we can get 1 or 2 more guys in if Jeff feels like modeling some creatures for us.
Is there squash and stretch on them or something? They
Nah,
seem
well,
bit like
just
when they
animation,
when
the
they
actual
when the actual animation, so you can just make a part of them bigger for the animation. It looks like their mushroom cap is getting bigger when they do the attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well animated. So I'm very happy that that was a free Unity asset on the store. I saw it and I was like, oh, this is perfect for a fodder anime. What are you working on, Jeff?
An anime. I'm not really sure.
Did you pull the horse in, Jeff?
Yeah. It's called Thick Horse.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break too. Just been sitting at my computer for a while. Is it gonna be a bomb?
No. Thinking maybe like a Viking.
Hmm.
Except I can't remember how to do mirror anymore.
Oh, what is it?
Modifier does it, but I don't think I did it right or something. I don't know.
I literally just did it for the hand, and I forget what it is. Is it just that you have to start it from? You might have to mirror it once it's already existing. Like, I'm not sure you can mirror it. Like when it's at the origin. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go. That's mirroring
That's
that.
mirroring somewhere, but where is the other half of it? Or maybe it's because it's mirroring across its origin. So, which is why you're supposed to like set the mirror. When that piece is first spawned or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. Well, let's see. Just try it with this.
You got it on mirror across the X. What was it? I've literally just did it. Oh, you have to click a mirror, select a mirror object. Looks like it's not actually. Well, why does it have a little dropper to select the mirror object? What does that do? I guess it doesn't do anything. Yeah, let me try. I'm curious. I'll open up a Blender file because mirroring makes things 1,000 times easier.
Yeah. I mean, I've
Let's
done it like a ton before.
Well here, let's do this. I got this cube. Let's add mirror. Nope, that's mesh
Oh, I don't
cache.
have any of the mirrors selected. I guess probably that would help. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's working.
Oh, you didn't have it on.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. You have to do the mirror doesn't work unless you're in edit mode too. In object mode, it won't work.
Yeah. There we go.
I'm gonna take a quick break. We gotta get the. I think Dave's working on the person. I don't know if he's still around, but that's also probably high priority too, because we gotta. There's like if the guy isn't on in the game, there's no concept. You're just like horse. All right, I'll be back.
Alright.
Bubba, stop.
How do I make a boolean? How do I make a public bool? It's not working.
Just public.
Basically, want a thing a check mark in the component thing that I can set that just click without having to set up a button to actually do it in game to say whether his bow should be drawn or not.
Just make a public bool in the script, and you should be able to turn it off and on. Let me see what you're.
Public bool, and then you just give the name, right? Like of what you're trying to call it.
Yes.
'Cause, I mean, it's not knowing. I have at the top public bool bow drawn, and then in the update I have if bow drawn, and then move the. What I'm hoping moves the thing, moves the hand, but like there's a red squiggly line saying bow drawn doesn't exist. Also says a namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields, methods, or statements on the
You
public
might just
bool
have it in
line.
the wrong place. Hold on. Are you streaming? Can't read your text on Discord.
Be in here. Ooh, I like that way less. Yeah, I'll stream.
Alright, and your boolean is where? You need to put it after the public class, yada yada yada. Hero aim, yada yada yada.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, then it should work.
Cool.
See how dumb the horse looks?
I was looking at it. I haven't seen it.
Seen it since I put the.
Seen it with legs.
Have you seen it with the horse part?
I don't think so. I saw it with legs as a table with legs, and the legs were moving.
Streaming it right
Oh
now.
shit! It looks like a donkey. It looks awesome.
Marcus also made a much better camera. Except now when he flips over, this happens.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
It's known shippable. In my eyes. Look at that butt.
I
on that
know,
horse.
Jeff gave this donkey a donk.
Talk about a donkey.
Maybe actually I just make it so that if you're flipped on your back, it automatically makes you jump, so that you're never really sitting on it. So you're always just sort of like boom, 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 boom.
Didn't work as I hoped it would. I put it on the wrong thing. Oops. You. It's really good.
The horse or your thing?
The horse. Vector 3 dot back, I'm assuming, is the opposite of forward. It's not.
Vector 3, no, it's just negative vector 3 dot forward. But
What's
also
back,
remember,
then?
you want if you want it relative to the thing that's doing it, it's forward. You want transform dot forward, not vector 3 dot forward. Vector
Yeah,
3
sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I am using transform. How do I? Well, I've proven that I can move it. What's vector 3 dot back then?
I don't know. Maybe there is something.
There is a thing. I just didn't
Maybe
know
that is the
it
same
was
as
a direct
vector 3
opposite.
dot forward.
Whatever, I'll try it. Back. Alright, I've got it to draw the bow back, but I need to stop it at some point. Can I like make it only go? Is there an easy way to call like move back, but only this amount?
And clamp. I think clamp should do that. Or you can just do an if statement, move back while.
What would I tie it to? Maybe a condition stopping it. Like, is there an easy way to set a timer? Like, just pull back for 1
Yeah,
second.
you can setting a
At this speed.
timer. It's pretty straightforward. I can try and find you a timer script. Hold on.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'll just look it up. I'm just wondering if it exists.
I mean, the easiest way to do it, the best way to do it probably is.
What is what is the best way to just move? Because what I'm trying to do is just
Find
make
the
him
distance
draw
between where
pull
you're
the
at
bow
now.
back, but right now he just pulls it back infinitely.
Like what is actually being like? What is the mechanism by which it's being
Target. I'm moving so the target for the IK 2 bone thing. I'm moving it back so that he pulls his right arm back.
Then in that case,
when he
just
draws.
set something to represent your start point that never changes, and then get the distance between that one thing and the other, and then only go back until it's a certain distance away. .
best way to do that just be to create another empty game object parented in the same spot and just reference it?
Yeah, that would be the easiest way. That's what I would do. That's probably the quickest way. You could also just create a variable and save, at that's being saved whenever you're not pulling it back.
If bow is drawn, just save the position, like save the.
The easiest way is to just make another game object and
Yeah,
find the
just gonna
distance
do that.
between the two of them. It's a vector3.distance and then the one thing and the other. And then you can make that public so you can see how much it is and just see where you
So
want
they
it to
need
be.
two objects then, one for the start point, one for the end point. Bounce the other empty
Basically,
object into.
yeah, I would call it one for the start point and one for the current point, and
Yeah.
then one.
I'm wondering if there's already a.
And then a distance variable that is a threshold that's sort of like your maximum drawback distance.
So. So when I'm trying to get like variables from another object, I have to say like using the other object or something, or is that just for is it a different thing?
If it depends on if you using just means in that script you're using this namespace, I think, which means like you know, variables and stuff specific to that.
The using stuff is like all the like Unity engine system and the rigging.
Yeah.
But isn't there a way to like say, hey, I want this from this other object? I can't just say the object name dot position, can I? Or can I?
You can.
Okay.
Not transform dot position, but yeah.
Okay. Do I have to do game object dot its name dot?
If you don't define it, you have to do something like that. So you have to have a name for the game object and a reference to it, like so you can make it public and just load it in if you know what it's gonna be.
If this works. Wants to move back. Stop.
What's happening?
Speed the wrong code to accomplish this. It wants to move back. So vector through lerp, am I understanding it correctly, just gives a 2 points, 2 positions,
Mm-hmm.
and it moves according to
Yeah.
the time you set.
Move smoothly between them.
And to make it actually move, I would hook that up to its actual transformed position, right?
Yes. Depends what you're doing. Hook to 3.lerp. What does that say? Bow draw start, that transform, that position, bow draw, and that transform, that position. Time dot delta time. You are changing the transformed position of what? What is this on?
This is on the target for the IK thing, so this should be what determines where the
So then
hand
you
is.
you don't want bow draw start in your first thing there. The first thing there is going to be the thing that you're moving. So right now
Where
you're
it is
moving
now?
you're putting the start position closer to the end position, but you're not actually moving the.
Okay, so just transform that position.
I think that's probably what you want there. I'm not super sure how you set it up, but that's what I would think.
Let's see. Try that. There we go. Perfect. Now I just gotta sit back. Awesome.
Oh, that looks real good.
You did it. Okay. So if if bow drawn, else I need else. Else. And I could just put the code, right? This. Start. Save. Alright, should work. Yeah, it does. Works perfect. I need a stick. Can I bend a stick with code?
With
or would I need to
yeah, you
make
need
it
I think you need to set up bones for it or something. There might be another way to do it with code, but I'm not sure what it would be.
Is it easy to set up bones?
I am the last person who knows. I'm the least knowledgeable person in our group on that front. Probably Jeff or Marcus or you, I would think. Jeff or Marcus. I mean, they know the rigging stuff better. Oh, come on. Why is it taking so long to fucking compile? Dang.
All right, now perfect. shit. Let me just think of- All right. How do I get this shit in there? Put this guy on there. He doesn't shoot yet though. Well, how do I? Yeah. Well, I.
Just
Let's get work basically.
Just
Let's save this and
save
then
your scene. Yeah, save
push
that.
it.
Yep, that's basically it.
Save. I should pull first, right? Get up to date, or no?
Yes, I think you'll have to.
Any pull when changes are present on your branch, the following files will be overwritten. Gotta combine them then. Or it won't overwrite anything that I've changed, right? That I have. Or stash changes and continue.
Wait,
I don't want to erase the thing.
Wait till Marcus can help you with that, because I don't want to tell you to do something and then fuck
Yeah, that's
something
what I'm
up for
saying. I
you.
don't want to delete. Well, I don't want to delete. Just don't want to delete the anything that's already in there. Oh, of course, that's fucking awesome with the shader on it. Prominent butthole too.
Yeah, prominent asshole. We're gonna have to put some hair over, like a
Put a
hair
tail over that fucking
tail,
thing.
yeah, tail over that thing. We're gonna
Just
get
blur
censored.
it. Just blur it. Yeah. I think you should do a chain IK constraint thing on the neck, so his neck is floppy.
That would be cool. I don't really super know how to set all
I
that
haven't
up.
fucked with that yet either. Probably not too hard. In general, I feel like it's pretty understandable and accessible. But I just spent the last like 2 weeks following a tutorial. So it's fucking awesome. Shader really helps.
Think you should be white or brown?
Pay the skins.
I'd like to have some real hair coming out of him and real hair coming out of his butthole too. put some pearly whites on those eyes.
Oh. He has eyelids. How'd you make him have eyelids?
Doesn't really, it just looks like that. Why?
Alright, the bullets probably just happen every time it switches between. You just constantly be shooting, and every time he goes back to forward. I should probably do this pretty quick. Equal to saying, can I not do an if statement where I check for if my position is the same as the
What's it
end
saying?
of the draw position? It says cannot implicitly convert type unity engine.vector3 to bool.
And what are you comparing exactly?
If the position of the object is the same as the position of the bow draw end object. So if he's reached the end of his bow draw, if those positions of those two objects are the same.
Should be able to compare that. Let me see your code.
Stop streaming them.
He looks good in black. I like him in black, kinda. Blackish purple.
Looks like, yeah, like a dark blue, navy blue. Looks good though. It's more donkey.
This transform position. Oh, you need equals equals. I'm trying to set it.
Okay. Didn't know about that.
That's my beautiful boy. That's my beautiful horsey. Horsey boy. Hides the butthole a little better too.
Okay, so this should make him just automatically start shooting. Start pulling his bow back. Hopefully.
Yeah, I like him. I like him. He's a dark steed.
I gotta pee.
Can't seem to change the one color of the one side of his mane though for some reason.
Say what?
Can't change the one side of his mane can only be gray. It won't turn black for some reason. That side.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay. Yeah, it worked first try. Nailed it.
What if in the end, my horse rides your guy into the sunset?
There's a full version of this game where like your hero will get mad at you if you don't, but there will be, you know, a risk reward to bringing him to a different dungeon than he wants to go to. And there's like an antagonistic relationship between the person. Okay, let's see.
can't remember how to make train look pretty.
Make what look pretty?
The terrain. What's happening? Okay. Broke something.
Okay. Let's see if this thing shoots now. Okay, it does create arrows. They don't go anywhere.
Oh my god, why is this taking so long to compile? It's driving me nuts. Sucks having to wait fucking 30 seconds between every single time I want to hit the play button. Also, what the fuck is happening now? Now my feet are broken.
Cute.
For no fucking reason. God, this is incredibly annoying. This better still work like it did before, or I'm gonna be incredibly mad. Cool, it's all broken. I don't understand why it's broken. Exactly like it was before. Okay.
Alright, I did it. It shoots out of his dick right now, but it's fine. Hey, look at it.
Hold on. Oh, I see.
Gravity is all fucked. Oh, it has no gravity. That's why. It looks
Let me see.
kind of awesome.
Let me see. Well, that looks cool as hell.
They have no gravity right now, so they're just spinning. The aim's a little off. Get to actually hit. I have to move it after it flies. There you go. Look at that. There's where it lines up. Boom. Boom.
Oh, I just want the goddamn grass to be nice, and then I'll take a break and sleep, and then wake up in like 4 hours.
Yeah. Now this is fucking shooting. I think it's in a good spot. I want to change a couple things though.
Argument null exception parameter name unity self. What? Remember to save and push all your stuff.
Can't because Marcus isn't here. I don't know how to do it. Okay. If we put this just on the hand. That. Oh, that. Now what happened? Yeah, left hand. Fuck. No. Changed. Oh, I must have done it wrong. This play. Yeah, makes sense. All right. Works perfectly. Genius.
Right on. I'm calling it quits for tonight. Let me see your thing so I can capture on my screen all your progress.
Ready?
Pretty fucking good.
I wonder what turn gravity on does for these things. Use gravity. There we go. They do arc. If they hit though, they'll eventually fall to the ground. There you go.
That looks cool.
The aim is just a little bit off. I gotta like tweak it a little more. Hit that one. Ah. Anyway, that's it. Excited to see him on the horse. So when this ends tomorrow night or Sunday? Sunday night, right? Have Sunday to work on it too.
Sunday at 1.
Sunday at 1. Sword swings tomorrow.
Honestly, I would just forego the sword swings. And just.
I think I can do it pretty easily. I'm gonna put I'm gonna make the upper arm point towards whatever he's swinging at, and then I'm just gonna have a swing animation on the rest of the arm, like a regular animation.
Does terrain look bad?
No, I mean, it looks like there's nothing on it, but it looks good. Like rolling green.
I'd almost like it to still keep this checkerboard pattern, but in a green and a lighter green, like Sonic.
Like it is Sonic.
Alright. Bedtime. The end of stream for the day.
Marcus said Marcus is done for the night. Where's he at? Where's he working? Oh, he was working on an enemy. So, actually, what if there is a time limit? So there's like a, hey, you gotta get in there quick. Every time you bring him to like a dungeon, he gets like a new upgrade out of it, like explosive arrows or something. And you want to try to get as many, you know, upgrades by taking him around as much as possible before the timer runs out and the boss shows up. So that could be the loop. Really? I don't feel like there's that much left. Put the dude on the horse and that's most of it, right? Well, he doesn't have to be perfectly animated.